Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. If I could have your attention, please. We're probably right about capacity. And so if I could have some of the folks who are regrettably having to stand, I have a couple chairs up here. And again, if we have any single chairs left, do we have one there? Is that one taken? Someone sitting there? Okay. But what we need to do to ensure that we remain safe at all times, I can't have the doors blocked. So in some form or fashion, I'm going to need to have you come in. Again, if you're not here to speak and simply want to follow along with what's going on, tonight's will be simulcast on YouTube. You can watch from your computer on the City of Elgin channel. Or you can go downstairs into the lobby where the big screens will be showing exactly what is being shown up here. So again, if it's not your intention to speak and you simply want to follow along, that is another alternative. But we do need to keep those doorways open, please, and free and clear. Normally we would close the doors to keep the noise down, but we're not going to do that. We're going to keep those open. And I think we're probably good to get started. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to our Planning and Zoning Commission Chair.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mylott, and welcome to all of you here. We're going to start with the agenda. We are a few minutes late, but I think it allowed everyone to kind of get in and get settled. So thank you for the silence, and thank you for helping us get rolling here. First item on the agenda is the calling the meeting to order. So it's already June of 2025, so we're thankful we're already halfway through 2025. Look to staff now to please call the roll.
Commissioner Abouali.
Present.
Commissioner Echevarria.
Present.
Commissioner Jones.
Here.
Commissioner Valdez.
Present.
Commissioner Blvd.
Here.
And Chair Cox.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Excellent. Next item on the agenda, a little bit of housekeeping. The approval of the meeting minutes from our May 5th session. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, is there a motion for those meeting minutes?
I move to approve.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Staff, please call the roll.
Commissioner Jones.
Yes.
Commissioner Valdez.
Yes.
Commissioner Abouali.
Yes.
Commissioner Echevarria.
Yes.
Commissioner Wildermuth.
Yes.
And Chairman Cox.
Yes.
The minutes are approved 6-0.
All right, next item on the agenda. It's my great pleasure to welcome a very full council chamber of guests with us this evening. I'm guessing there's those of you here tonight who are here to speak on these petitions, whether you're part of the petitioner team or whether you're here to give us your thoughts. So definitely excited to see all of you here tonight. So as I said, welcome to the June session of our commission. We've got two items on the agenda tonight. The first one is at 909 South McLean, and the second one is at 890 Galt Blvd. So we will hear much about each of these petitions coming up. Thank you. But I think what is most important, since we see so many new faces and so many faces in general, is the how-to for this evening. So what we do as a petition is we always look to our city staff to go through the staff report and present their findings, their recommendations. There's a variety of things they present to us in what I will admit tonight. We have 628 pages this commission has gotten to review for both these petitions. We go through the staff. They will look at what we call the LaSalle factors, where they talk about a variety of factors that help us to consider each of these petitions. Knowing that there may be questions, we as a commission will then ask staff any questions that we may have. Following that, we open the petition up to the team, the developer team, the owners, any engineers, civil engineers, architects, anyone who's here tonight on behalf of the petitioner team to come on up to the lectern over here. And for all of you tonight, please state your name, spell it, and then give us your thoughts. But the petitioner team would typically highlight what they agree with in the staff report and add anything else that we should be aware of as a commission for our consideration. As with staff, we as a commission will then ask questions of the petitioner team. Once we've reached satisfaction with that, then we open the petition up to public comment. So that's your time if you're here tonight, not attached to a petitioner team, but want to let us know your thoughts. And we can maybe talk about who gets asked questions in a minute, but tell us your thoughts. Tonight we open and close the public hearing portion of each of these petitions. So if you got things that you want to be brought to light, that's your opportunity. I think there was maybe a little bit of confusion about the sign-in sheets. I think what we're going to do to address that is typically if you're within 250 feet, you as a speaker then would get to ask questions of the team. I think what we're going to do tonight, since we've got so many people in the audience, if you've got questions, please ask those questions. Myself and staff will keep notes. What we may do then following that is invite the petitioner team to come up if they'd like to respond to any of those questions. So I know we've got a couple of sign-in sheets. We're going to go through those in order. And then if there's others of you here tonight who may not have signed up but have questions, we'll get to you as well. So again, we want to keep this orderly, want to keep this respectful, want to have due process for everyone so everyone can be heard. So just asking when someone else is up speaking, let's keep the council chambers in a healthy, respectful mode. I very much appreciate that, and I believe my fellow commissioners would appreciate that as well. So again, welcome to everyone here. We can move forward with the agenda, I think, and the next item is anyone who's going to be testifying tonight, whether that's asking questions as a public at large or part of the petitioner team. Now is your opportunity to be sworn in by the court reporter. So part of that was any of you who are going to do that, please stand and raise your right hand. And I will say, even if you're not sure, even if you're not sure and you think you might, please still, there we go, my mic's back on. Even if you think you might and you're not sure, please still stand and be sworn in.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Thank you. And again, that's part of the due process and part of how we keep things respectful and above board. All right, so at this point in time, we will pass this off to city staff for the first petition, or I should say petitions tonight, 09-25 and 10-25.
Thank you, Chairman Cox, and welcome. Good evening, everyone. So the first petition before you tonight is the application by Midwest Sports Center as applicant and Thistle Forbes LLC as the property owner. We're requesting approval of a planned development as a map amendment with departures from the Elgin Municipal Code requirements and a conditional use for an arena and sports field, more specifically to construct a new recreational sports facility with an air-supported dome and a support building containing offices, restrooms, classrooms, a restaurant, and a drinking place, and with one outdoor sports field, all at the property commonly known as 909 South McLean Boulevard. As usual, we will start with the site location map indicating the subject property outlined here in yellow. This is a 9.73 acre property that's zone ORI, Office Research Industrial, hence the purple shade over that aerial map. The property is located on the east side of South McLean Boulevard between College Green Drive on the north and Torrey Pines Drive on the south. The property is currently improved with approximately 25 mobile homes, all of which are vacant. The property has 3 access driveways to South McLean Boulevard. As you can see, the properties to the north and south have the same purple shade, so they're zoned the same, PORI, Planned Office Research Industrial, to the south as well as to the north. The property to the north is a multi-tenant office building. The one to the south includes a self-storage facility towards the front and a moose lodge towards the back of that property. To the east, to the rear of this property, is the City of Elgin owned land that is on CF Community Facility District. That land is part of the water treatment plant. And then to the west across South McLean Boulevard is a multi-tenant shopping center that includes Bungie's Tire and Auto Repair, and then Emily's Mexican Grill Restaurant, among other uses. So the applicant is requesting approval of a planned development and a conditional use to demolish all existing structures on the property and construct a new air-supported structure with one indoor full-size soccer field and one outdoor full-size soccer field. This is for the Illinois Youth Soccer Association's headquarters. The proposed facility would be devoted to youth soccer practices, training, games, and tournaments. During the school year, on weekdays, such activities would take place in the afternoons and in the early evenings and all day on the weekends. In the off hours, the facility would be used for other types of sports such as indoor golf, pickleball, etc. The applicant, so the proposed site development includes one full access to South McLean that would align with the right-in, right-out access across the street for the shopping center. The site includes 156 parking spaces. The circulation throughout the site is counterclockwise, one way, with parking on one side of that drive aisle closest to the sports dome. The property slopes down towards the east, so the far east end is the stormwater detention facility beyond the outdoor soccer field. The property does include cross-access easement with the property to the south, and the applicant is planning to take advantage of that. They're providing secondary access right here in the south, along the south property line towards the self-storage facility with secondary exit to South McLean Boulevard. The front building would be approximately 17,661 square feet. It would include restrooms, offices, and Illinois Youth Soccer Association's, or offices for Illinois Youth Soccer Association. It also includes some classroom space, and then in the center is the concession area that would, over time, turn into a full restaurant with with alcohol service. The applicant will have to obtain a liquor license if they choose to do so down the road prior to the start of alcohol service. The front building includes primarily brick masonry with some fiber cement siding. The one on the bottom is the front elevation facing South McLean with the dome in the back of that building. The height of the dome would be 78 feet to the top. The front building is a high one-story building. I forgot to mention that the building would also include about a 1,500 square foot physical therapy office. And these are the south elevation on the top and then the east elevation of the front building, which would be between the building and the dome, so that would not be really visible. The site circulation includes a drop-off area on the south side of the building. The actual main entrance is on the north side of the property, but a secondary access and entrance is provided on the south end of the building where the vehicular drop-off is. Proposed development requires two departures from the zoning ordinance. The first one in regards to the parking. So this facility is required to provide a number of parking spaces based on its operation. The applicant has provided a traffic and parking study to demonstrate the largest parking demand for this facility, and this would occur during tournaments on weekends. However, during weekdays, during normal operations, and even on weekends where there are no tournaments, the facility will be able to meet its own parking demand. During those times when the indoor sports dome or the field is divided into multiple fields, the study estimates that up to 143 parking spaces would be needed, including coaching staff and other personnel, as well as players. And the applicant is proposing 156 parking spaces, so during the normal business operations, they would be able to satisfy their parking requirement. However, on those tournaments, which are expected to happen 3 weekends in the spring and then 3 weekends in the fall, the parking study estimates that the parking demand could reach up to 188 parking spaces, which is more than what they're providing on their site, which is 156. The applicant has indicated they are efforting to obtain a shared parking agreement with one of the properties adjacent to them, either to the north or to the south. It appears the property to the north has indicated that they are not interested in coming to terms about a shared parking agreement, so it's going to be down to the two properties in the south, the Moose Lodge in the back or the self-storage facility. The applicant will have to provide that shared parking agreement to the city staff prior to the city council consideration. Alternatively, if they cannot come to a shared parking agreement, the applicant has agreed to make modification to the scheduling for the games during the tournaments, such that during tournaments, the games would be spaced out by a minimum of 1 hour, so that when one game ends, the next game that's scheduled to start on the same field would not start until 1 hour later. That would allow for the players from the first game to clear and leave the facility, and enough time for the next round of players to arrive for the next game. In those instances, then the facility will be able to meet its own parking demand with those 156 parking spaces that are provided. The second departure is in regards to the tree replacement. So to accommodate the proposed development, the applicant is proposing to remove pretty much all trees on the site except for the 17 trees along the front of the property. The proposed removal of all the trees results in the requirement to replace that with 320 trees, or a total of 960 inches. The applicant is proposing 78 replacement trees on top of the other landscaping requirements, generally to surround the vehicle use area and within the parking lot. But those 78 trees do not satisfy the requirement for 320. The ordinance does allow for a payment of a fee in lieu of replacement. That fee is $210 per required inch. So the remaining 747.4 inches would result in an additional fee in lieu of $156,954. The applicant is requesting a departure from the requirement to replace all of those trees or the payment of the fee in lieu. So the application is required to meet the standards for map amendments, plan developments, and those for conditional use. As usual, we provided our overview of the standards in the packet, and staff believes that all applicable standards are satisfied, and staff recommends approval subject to the conditions in the packet. And in addition to the two departures, you'll note the condition about the shared parking agreement should they come to terms about that. And at this time, I'm happy to answer any questions.
And so, oh, there, my mic is back. All right, start on my right. Commissioner Echeverria, questions for staff.
To clarify, the departure is for the tree count and the payment in lieu?
It's either or. So they have the tree preservation ordinance requires a replacement of trees or a payment of fee in lieu. So they're requesting a departure to not replace the trees nor pay the fee in lieu.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Wildemuth.
Just one question, and thanks for the extremely supportive of the parking agreements and the adjusting of schedules. Really appreciate that. Is there anything around or any guidelines around the height? I'm just thinking about the height of the dome, 78 feet. Just thinking of that area, and is there any comparison or anything you can point to?
I believe probably the facilities around ECC are probably the tallest in height, maybe not this tall. The Manufacturing Technology Center that's currently under construction down the street at the ECC campus is a two-story building that probably is about 50 feet, if I would guess. The city zoning ordinance does not include a height restriction anywhere outside of the downtown. We have worked with the applicant to modify the plan so that the dome is behind the front building so that it has some setback from the street. And they've agreed to do that. Obviously, they've modified the plan accordingly with the parking all around the facility. So
All right, great. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
you're welcome.
Commissioner Valdez.
How is the traffic flow going to be controlled? Is there going to be like a stoplight, or is there going to be like police directing traffic?
So not as part of this petition, but perhaps for the next one. So they are proposing so they have one full access driveway that's directly opposite of the existing right in, right out for the shopping center. So that's generally in the middle between Torrey Pines Drive on the south and College Green Drive on the north. So they are proposing and will be required to stripe a left turn lane for vehicles traveling southbound on South McLean and turning into the site. So the traffic study included traffic counts to see how many cars actually queue up in the existing left turn for College Green Drive going westbound. And I believe their consultant is here, can talk about that, but no more than 3 vehicles stack up during the peak times in that left turn lane. So there's adequate space to stripe a southbound left turn lane into the site. So there will be no stop signs, there will be no stop lights, there will be no police or any volunteers, moving the traffic. The traffic is expected to flow freely.
One more. Is there going to be like a specific area for buses or vans? And
Yes.
And is that going to take away from the rest of the parking spots?
So they're not proposing any specific area that would be designated specifically for buses. So in other words, any bus would have to use existing parking spaces that are already on site.
Okay. No more questions.
Commissioner Jones.
Yeah. Demir, on those trees, on that buyback option, with a project like this, is there any opportunity for the city to waive that? And a kid's sporting thing, I guess I'd rather see youth benefit from supplies, build out equipment, than paying for trees that aren't ever going to be planted. And maybe there's a partnership with like a conservation group or something that could be connected. Rather, that's a lot of money for a not-for-profit youth sporting league. Is there any conversation about that?
Well, that's exactly why they're here with a requested departure from that requirement. So it's up to the Planning and Zoning Commission, the City Council, to determine if that departure is warranted, based on what's proposed and what are the public benefits and elements of this project that offset the detriment to the community for the removal of the trees.
So you're saying that's what we would be approving, is the
correct.
waiving of $150,000? Okay, thank you very much for
You're welcome.
clarifying that. And the parking, I think that is an issue, especially with tournaments. I've never attended a soccer tournament, but volleyball tournaments for sure. And when you're doing shared parking agreements, the concern then becomes the exposure to liability. Those adjacent lots are exposed to all that liability, and when it's children, it seems a little bit heightened. So, I don't know if they get additional insured, primary, non-contributory types of endorsements from places to alleviate that.
That's very well, all the good points. So it appears that the property to the north, for those specific reasons, declined to come into any kind of a shared parking agreement.
Right.
Will they be able to come to shared parking agreement with the properties to the south? It remains to be seen. Like I said, alternatively, they're willing to move forward without any kind of shared parking agreement, and they are willing to agree to a condition that they would schedule the games with 1 hour apart, which would allow the players to clear and the new set of players to come in and find adequate parking on site. We're comfortable with that restriction with 1 hour. Most of the time, and they will explain this for these tournaments, obviously they only have 2 fields on site. For these tournaments, they actually rent a lot of fields from surrounding facilities such as the Elgin Sports Complex. It sounds like currently they do that in Rockford, so they just lease rent a lot of soccer fields. So they don't have to make that restriction for the games that are scheduled off-site. They only have to make that restriction for those games that are played on the premises. So.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Abwali.
What a wonderful project for the community, but I have been to a lot of soccer games, and parking is an issue, obviously, no matter where. My question is, maybe if it goes to that 1 hour apart, which is a pretty big likelihood, is it just City of Elgin code enforcement who's going to be policing that? Will they be getting the schedule? How can we control something like that?
Good question. Right now, that would be a condition in the ordinance. So what typically happens when something like that happens is that if there is a problem, if a, there's an overflow of parking, or if it's observed that individuals that are visiting this facility have nowhere to park, and this happens during these tournaments, then usually police would get involved, or code enforcement officers, and it would be enforced probably right after the tournament, so that the next scheduled games would not cause those problems. But yes, that's typically how it works.
Okay, I know there's some mobile homes on that property. Are those being removed?
Correct, yes, they would be.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think, so as for the trees, it is less than 1/4 that are remaining. Is that, or that's gonna be put on there? And I do, personally maybe have a little issue with so little trees being there. Is it because of space for the actual tournaments and for the kids, or do they just not want to put the trees up?
They simply, so this property became attractive to the applicant, and they were interested in the property. They had a minimum amount of square footage or amenities that they need to provide. So they have determined that they have to provide at least one indoor field, which this dome is, and they are pretty standard in size, and it sounds like they've determined that they need one outdoor field as well. And then you need the detention, you need obviously the parking, so the property is very tight for what they need. And as a result, as you can see on the landscape plan, they've kind of maxed out where they could be putting up trees. The area in the back that is that's shaded, that's the stormwater detention facility. They're putting some trees on the edges of that. They got trees between the parking lot and the outdoor soccer field, obviously some on the exterior. Everywhere they have islands on the perimeter, in the front. So they've planted as many trees as you can plant, and then the remainder would have to be paid as a fee in lieu. And so that's kind of how they ended up here.
That makes sense. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, I do not have any questions for you.
Okay, thank you.
So as promised, the petitioner team for this petition, now's your chance to come on up to the lectern. All right, we'll give them a moment. They're all the way in the back. I kind of wish we had Jeopardy music to play for you. I would sing it, but I don't want to punish anyone's ears. So again, as you come up, seeing a good group coming here, whoever's leading this discussion, please again state your name, spell it, and then tell us what experts you may have with you, and then cycle through who would like to illuminate us on this petition.
Greg Kaminsky, Midwest Post Center, one of the owners. I think everyone's gonna just introduce themselves.
Sure.
My name's David Whitmar, last name spelled W-Y-T-M-A-R. I am with Groundwork Architects. I am the architect for the project.
Hi, my name is Kim Lask, L-A-S-K. I'm with Hager Engineering. I'm the civil engineer for the project.
Hello, I'm Mary Jane Bender, B as in boy, E-N-D-E-R. I'm the executive director of Illinois Youth Soccer.
Gus Bender, B-E-N-D-E-R, following your rules here.
Thank
President
you.
of Illinois Youth Soccer.
Adam Howarth, H-O-W-A-R-T-H, Director of Coaching with Illinois Youth Soccer.
Yvonne Rico, with Illinois Youth Soccer Program Administrator, last name R-I-C-O.
Chris Jamrozy, Jamrozy, Illinois Youth Soccer Staff, Competitions.
All right, is anyone going to tell us about the project? Now's your chance.
Well, I have to hand it to Demir. We've been working over the last number of months with staff, and we've been doing a lot of back and forth, refining the plans based on their comments. I can't expound further on what Demir's provided. He did an excellent job. If you have any questions, we're willing to answer them, but I think it's been presented very fairly and accurately.
We hear that a lot, and we appreciate it. So as long as you've had your chance to present, which is what we've got to do, right, then we can certainly move on to questions. So I will start on my left. Commissioner Abwali, questions for this team?
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Jones.
Just touching on the parking, does it look hopeful that you'll be able to enter into something with that?
Actually, yes. I know we had a conversation today, but after that I had a meeting with the owner of the storage facility. Tomorrow probably we're gonna have it signed. It's 82 parking spaces, which is great. So I'm happy. I'm finally smiling. So I think that's a great news. So tomorrow I will be in contact with Damir.
And I bet you guys were all excited about how many people showed up to cheer for this tournament. Thank you.
Commissioner Valdez.
No questions.
Commissioner Wildermuth.
No questions.
Commissioner Echeverria.
Have you guys had any questions with the property across the street about parking?
Actually, we had a conversation with Damir about it, that it's better to keep on the same side so people don't cross the streets. So but like I said, this is really promising. So tomorrow, I think we're gonna have it signed, the letter of intent.
That area has had kind of a difficult jump across the street, and I could see that a development like this could attract customers that are crossing the street trying to get to restaurants. And it's kind of why I was asking if you've gone down that road, maybe there's an opportunity to introduce a crosswalk. We're not requiring a traffic light, but if there's a lot of people crossing the street, and if we're going to give you a deviation on money paid out for trees, maybe you could broker an agreement to park across the street and add some crosswalks.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Echeverria's staff is actually, as he said, worked with them and I think recommended against it. I think Mark's working to get a working microphone here.
Yeah, that'd be great.
There we go.
Thank you, Sue. Thank you, Commissioner. That's a excellent observation. We too agree that this is a fantastic opportunity to be a catalyst development for a lot of those shopping centers that have struggled. But in the interest of having, kids with their bags and soccer balls running, mid-block through McLean, we wanted to try to minimize that. However, fortunately, just up at the northern intersection, there's a light. And so they can, if someone wanted to walk across the street, go to the Mexican restaurant there, or hopefully some other restaurants in the future, there'll be that opportunity to safely cross at the intersection.
Perfect. Thank you.
I wish I had a question for you, but I don't. I agree between staff and you being here tonight, I think my questions have been satisfied. So you can make the long journey back to your seats if you want.
Actually, your seats may have been taken. Sorry, you snooze, you lose kind of a thing. Right? Yeah, they've taken your stuff too. So
yeah. The other phrase that we were just reminiscing about is "move your feet, lose your seat." All right, going through this list, as we said before, now's the chance for those of you here in the public to comment on this. My observation is a few of these names may be on the wrong sign-in sheet. Just to keep things fair, though, and not make assumptions, I'm going to say the names anyway. If you are for the other petition, which we're going to hear in a little bit, you just kind of wave your hand, it's you, and say you're going to pass to the next one. So we've got a couple, Greg and Jean from 1717 Pin Oak Lane. pass. Jennifer Buchy, I believe, was on the petitioner team. Here. No, I'm sorry. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Buchy, B-U-E-C-H-E, at 909 South McLean Boulevard. And if that address sounds familiar, it is because it's the address of the proposed soccer field. I just would like to be on record that I'm in support of this project. I think it's a very exciting opportunity for Elgin. Elgin used to have the slogan, "The City to Watch," and I think this will bring a lot of excitement and visitors and additional businesses, like Mark said, to our side of Elgin. Thank you for considering this opportunity, and as someone who's lived at this address my entire life, I can speak passionately about the trees. However, the tree inventory, which was very extensive, if anyone doesn't know, they have to measure any tree 2 inches around or greater. There are a lot of trees there. Many of them are not in good shape, so they would not really be, they would be okay to leave. But like I said, I'm excited for this opportunity, and I hope that you give it a good consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, we got a Joseph Agavino at 937 Oak Ridge. Yes? And are you here for the next petition? Okay, so we'll call your name then when that one comes up. You're not here for the soccer field, correct? Okay. Another name, I believe it's Robbie at 9. It's also in Oak Ridge Boulevard. Same, sounds good. And I do apologize if I'm murdering your names or butchering your names. We have a couple of names at 1662 St. Andrews. It looks like one of the names is Kevin.
I heard a pass.
Pass. Thank you. Came from somewhere back there in the sea of people. For those of you who watch or who are at home, you missed the large group with us here tonight. We've got Vita at 211 Greenwood Drive. Pass. And I'm going to guess that's the next Rich at the same address. All right. Thank you for your patience for that. We don't want to just sit on the list, so is there anyone else who's here in the council chambers tonight who is here for public comment on this petition? Now's your chance to come on out. All right. I think even with the great distance some of you may have to travel, I believe everyone's been satisfied. So we can close the public hearing portion and look back to city staff.
Well, nothing further to add. Staff believes that all applicable standards are satisfied, and staff recommends approval subject to the conditions of the packet.
All right, and with that, the chair will entertain a motion then for these two petitions, which is 09-25 and 10-25.
I move to recommend that City Council approve petition number 0925 and 10-25, subject to the conditions outlined within our packet, and to adopt as the findings of the commission those findings also provided within our packet.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Staff, please call the roll.
Commissioner Abuali,
Yes.
Commissioner Valdez,
Yes.
Commissioner Echevarria,
Yes.
Commissioner Jones,
Yes.
Commissioner Wildermuth,
Yes.
and Chairman Cox.
Yes.
The motion is approved 6-0.
All right, and I didn't say it before, but for everyone here in the chambers, this commission is a recommending body to City Council. So if you're with the team, which I've kind of lost track here, you're over here now, continue working with staff. There's typically a couple of follow-up City Council meetings where this will be heard. So if you're already working with staff, they'll continue to keep you up to date on that. Thanks for coming. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, as Mr. Milat has requested, we'll do a little turnover here. We've got to load the next petition, as well as maybe move a few people around. Keep the doors open. What else can we do for you?
For those folks in the back corner, could you be so kind? There's a stanchion outside. Could you open that door and prop that door for me, please? Again, we need to try and keep the exits open. And just so I can let everyone know, I am not working with the airlines, but in the event that we need to move out through this door, this side, there around the corner, there's a stairwell. We'll take you right outside, so don't everyone try to rush for these doors. And that exit will also work in there. Nothing is going to drop from the ceiling, so don't expect anything, okay?
Close. Thank you.
Just need to pitch it openly. Thank you. And lastly, we do have the air conditioning trying to bump as much as possible to keep it cool. But remember, we're all from the same place, right? We're all humans. Please look out for one another. If you happen to see anyone swaying side by side, reach out, give them a supportive arm. There's an extra chair up here. Please look out for one another, okay? And let's try and be orderly and civil at all times. Thank you very much.
Well said, thank you. All right, I believe staff has gotten the next PowerPoint loaded. So this is for 890 Galt and 14-24 and 15-24. Take it away.
Thank you, Chairman Cox. The second petition before you is the application by Umiya Mataji Sancha, Chicago Midwest, an Illinois nonprofit corporation, as applicant and the property owner, who is requesting approval of a preliminary plat of subdivision and plan development as a map amendment with departures from the Elgin Municipal Code to construct an approximately 231,372 square foot temple with 1,284 accessory parking spaces, a 4-story multifamily building with 81 units, and 38 townhomes, all at the property commonly known as 890 Galt Blvd. As usual, we'll start with the site location. Again, the subject property outlined in yellow here again. This property is 34.2 acres in size. This, as you can see, has got a purple shade over it as well. This is zone GI, General Industrial, except for the northern approximately 150 feet, which is zone CF, Community Facility District. The property is currently vacant and undeveloped. It's generally located at the northwest corner of US Route 20 and Hillard Drive. The property was subdivided in 1988 for an industrial subdivision and includes 15 lots. However, the subdivision was never constructed, the street was never extended, and the property remains vacant. As you can see, the properties to the north do not have a shade over them. Those properties are unincorporated Cook County. Those are the single-family homes, part of the Sherwood Oaks subdivision. To the east are properties in the Oak Ridge subdivision. Those are single-family and townhomes, which are zoned PSFR2, PCF, and PMFR. To the west is the Canadian National Railroad, and then beyond that is the General Industrial and PGI Planned General Industrial Zone properties, which are improved with light industrial and industrial uses. And then I believe to the south, across Route 20 is another GI zone property with a trucking service facility. And then to the southeast, let's see if this works. Southeast are properties with the red shade. Those are commercially zoned properties, NB, neighborhood business. This right here is the Everclean Car Wash at the northwest corner of Lambert and Route 20. And then the vacant property at the northeast corner, which was approved for a Thornton gas station. However, recently Thornton's notified the city that they're no longer interested in building a gas station here. However, the developer is in works with other gas station operators for another operator to still develop the gas station. Here is the bird's eye view of the subject property looking north. Now, the property is part of a consent decree or a court order back from 1966. That court order supersedes zoning regulations by the city. And it was entered, the Circuit Court of the Cook County placed the property under court order or consent decree to protect the property owners to the north, who filed a lawsuit at that time against the developer, and essentially to protect those single-family homes to minimize the impact of a potential industrial use. From what I understand, there was a mining operation that was proposed at that time. So again, the consent decree stays in effect, remains in effect, and the applicant's intent is if this current zoning application is approved, to then petition the Circuit Court of the Cook County to amend or vacate that petition. And if that is successful, then they would have to come back to the city to file another development application for the final plat of subdivision approval before any construction would be able to take place. So the applicant is proposing or requesting approval of a preliminary plat of subdivision and approval of a map amendment as a plan development to construct a religious and residential mixed-use development with a 231,372 square foot temple. This is icon here on the drawing. A 4-story, 81-unit multifamily building on the north end of the property. 38 townhomes along the east property. A 2,797 square foot gazebo facility for volunteers. 823 surface parking spaces that would generally be located around the multifamily building and to the west and south of the proposed temple. Another 461 parking spaces would be land banked. In other words, they would not be constructed at this time. They would be constructed in the future if needed. With those 461, the total number of parking spaces on site would be 1,284. They're also proposing a small outdoor play area at the northeast corner of the property and a stormwater detention on the north end of the property. The proposed subdivision includes the extension of what is known as Galt Blvd. So the extension from Hiller Drive to the property line would remain public. Beyond that, this would be a private street that would provide a connection to the Oak Ridge subdivision in the north end. However, that would be a emergency-only connection with the gate over the drive, essentially just for fire personnel. The subdivision includes 38 lots for the townhomes, 1 lot for the temple and generally all open space and parking areas, and then 1 lot for the multifamily building. This is the first floor plan of the proposed temple. The temple would be constructed in 3 phases. So essentially, they're proposing to build the development in 3 phases. The first phase would include the multifamily building, the 38 townhomes, all site improvements, including the roadway extension, the parking spaces, and the detention facility, and the central part of the temple, which is this worship center that is approximately 92,808 square feet. Phase 2 would include the addition of the community center, which is the 63,422 square foot part of the building. And then phase 3 would include the construction of the 56,042 square foot recreation center on the north side of the temple. So this is the worship center in the middle that will be constructed in phase 1. This is the addition of the community center on the south side or the left side of the temple. And then upon the completion of the recreation center in phase 3. The peak height of the proposed temple is 125 feet, with a 25-foot flagpole, which would extend, so the total height would be 150 feet. This is the first floor plan and the elevations for the multifamily building. This building is a 4-story, 81 unit that's also 52 feet high to the highest point. The exterior of the building features the same type of architectural composite panels and masonry materials that are also found on the temple. This building also includes some metal panels as highlights, sort of a contemporary design. The building includes 11 studios, all of which are approximately 1,020 square feet in area, 53 bedroom units, which are all 2,062 square feet approximately, 14 4-bedroom units, which are approximately 2,016 square feet, and then 6 5-bedrooms, which are approximately 4,131 square feet in area. The building includes resident amenities such as the large reception and lounge area on the first floor, as well as a communal dining room on the first floor, a fitness room, and a party rental room, among others. The 38 townhomes proposed along the east property line would be 2 stories. They would include a 2-car attached garage, front-loaded product. That also includes 2 parking spaces in the driveway. So essentially each townhome would have 4 parking spaces and would meet its own parking requirement. All townhome units are the same. They have 3 bedrooms and would be approximately 3,727 square feet in area. The exterior of the townhomes includes the same type of fiber cement siding and also metal siding panels. One of the conditions you will note in the staff report is that those metal panels be replaced with either masonry or more fiber cement panels. Traffic and parking. So the applicant has submitted a traffic and parking study for the proposed development. The study is largely, particularly the parking part of that, is based on 3 other temples that are currently in operations in the area, one in Bartlett, one in West Chicago, and one in Itasca. The traffic was analyzed for typical operations as well as for 8 special Sundays, when they have special services, when the approximate attendance is expected to be around 800 people. And then for the one event per year, which is their New Year's holiday, where they expect up to 4,000 people during the day, with up to 1,525 individuals at any one time, which happens to be between 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. during the day. Now, the study notes that the proposal will result in the increased traffic in the area. However, the increased traffic during these special events, special Sundays, during special services, and then during the holiday, does not coincide with the peak traffic on the area roadways on weekdays, so the PM or the AM peak hour and then the PM peak hour. They also note that the roads, the associated roads in the area can absorb additional traffic. They're designed to accommodate additional traffic. Lambert Lane will experience the most noticeable amount of increased traffic, particularly southbound to eastbound movements at the intersection with US Route 20. However, the study indicates that that additional traffic can be accommodated, and it's primarily because US Route 20 receives a lot more time for the green time for the traffic light due to the amount of traffic that travels on Route 20. So the time delays are expected and largely due to that. Now, in regards to parking, as I mentioned, they base the parking demand based on the other 3 temples in the area, and the proposed parking for the temple and the multifamily building would be shared. The multifamily building is required to provide 1 parking space per 500 square feet for each dwelling unit. So with 81 units and based on their size, the multifamily building is required to have 302 parking spaces. The temple is required to provide one parking space per 4 individuals based on the maximum capacity, that capacity being 4,022 individuals. So that leads to a parking requirement for 1,006 parking spaces. With the multifamily building, that is a total of 1,308 parking spaces required by the code. So the applicant analyzed the actual parking demand at the other temples, and based on those observations, they are indicating that and based on the Institute of Traffic Engineers, which includes projections for different types of land uses, including for multifamily, the multifamily land use of this size would anticipate approximately 217 parking spaces as a true demand. And then for the temple, during their busiest event on their holiday, when they have 1,525 individuals on premises during the midday, that would result in the parking demand for 571 parking spaces. And that's based on, again, based on the actual parking counts at the other temples. So with the 217, which is the true demand for the multifamily building, and 571 for the temple, that leaves a total of 788 parking spaces, which is less than 823 that are proposed to be constructed. Again, it's worth noting that the proposal also includes the additional parking that would be land banked and could be constructed in the future. Now, the proposal requires a number of departures from the standard site design requirements of the zoning ordinance. I'll try to go through these fairly quickly. Number of parking spaces I mentioned, townhomes meet the requirement. The temple and the multifamily building do not, and that's one of the departures they're requesting based on the actual true demand that is observed at other temples. Height of the fence, maximum permitted height is 6 feet high. They are proposing a 10-foot high solid PVC fence along the west property line along the railroad. They will be installing also a 6-foot high fence along the east and then the north property line. Those do comply with the code. Accessory structures normally allowed only in the side and rear yards area of the one lot where the temple sits on. Anything south of the temple is essentially a street yard, so an accessory structure such as a gazebo is not allowed, so that's another departure. Now for the temple lot, the code requires, so the temple would be zoned CF, community facility, whereas the multifamily building and the townhomes would be zoned a PMFR, which means a planned multifamily residence district. When you have a CF zone property next to a residential property, such as the PMFR, there is what's called a transition setback requirement. That setback, based on the lot size, the normal setback would be 94.5 feet from the north property line of the temple, and they're proposing 32 feet. The vehicle use area street setback, so any parking area on a lot has to meet certain setbacks. In this case, based on the lot size, the 23-foot setback is required from the front property line along the shared or the private street. They're proposing at the closest point 3 feet. The vehicle use area interior setback is required to be 6 feet. They're proposing 0 feet because the parking lot that's on the temple lot and the parking lot on the multifamily building essentially are the same parking lot, so there will be no proposed setback. Similarly, the transition landscape yard from the north property line is required to be 47 feet. They are, because of the parking lot share, they do not have a transition landscape yard between those two uses. For the multifamily building lot, the maximum permitted density based on the size of that lot that the building sits on is 36 units. They are proposing a total of 81 units. Again, transition building setback from the south property line is 50 feet. They're proposing 32 feet from the lot line of the temple. Vehicle use area interior setback required, again, 6 feet, 0 feet, because the parking lots of the temple and the multifamily building are a shared parking lot. The maximum floor area, again, is a calculation based on the proposed lot of that where that building sits. So the maximum permit is 57,334. Their building is 240,000 square feet. The building coverage permitted based on this lot size is 49,495. The proposed building's footprint or the coverage of that lot is 60,000. Maximum vehicle use area, which is essentially the parking lots that sit on that lot. The maximum permitted is, as you can see, 700 square feet per dwelling unit. That leads to a 56,700. They are proposing approximately 75,000 square feet. And then for the townhomes, the minimum lot area for a townhome is 5,000 square feet for an interior lot. In this case, the smallest lot is 3,125 square feet. Some of the end units sit on larger lots, and those lots are a little bit larger. We only list the smallest lot. The minimum lot width required is 80 feet. They're proposing lots that are 25 feet wide. The minimum building street yard setback required is 30 feet. They're proposing a 25-foot front setback from the front property line of the townhome lots from that private street. The minimum required rear yard setback is 50 feet from the east property line. They're proposing 35 to 40 feet but generally most of these townhomes are exactly 40 feet off. In one instance, one lot is 35 and a half feet from the east property line. Transition building setback from the north and south property lines which are adjacent to the CF zoned lot of the Temple lot. The transition building setback is required at 50 feet. Those townhomes, the furthest to the north townhome is about 14 and a half feet from the north property line and 12 feet from the south property line. The maximum floor area based on the lot sizes is 982 square feet. As I mentioned, these townhomes are approximately 3,727 square feet. And then the maximum building coverage is 853 square feet. Each townhome covers about 1,537 square feet of those lots. The application is required to meet the standards for map amendments and standards for plan developments. Staff has provided our overview in the packet, and based on the information in the packet, staff believes that applicable standards are satisfied, and therefore staff recommends approval subject to the conditions outlined in the packet. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Maybe I missed it. Did this petition have proof of proper notice?
Yes, we have, and the one before as well. Thank you.
All right. I thought maybe you said it on the first one.
I did not, but thank you for reminding me.
Okay, great. All right. I'll start on my left. Commissioner Jones, questions for staff.
Yeah, so, Demir, there was, and I'm sorry, I can't pull it up on my computer, but there was a part of our packet where Mr. Bezos indicated that now he feels that the zoning should be different, kind of calling into question the strategic plan in the memo, in the applicant's portion. Tell me again, what is this zoned right now?
So the property is zoned GI, general industrial, and CF, the northern, I think 125 or 150 feet is zoned CF. What I think you're referring to is the comprehensive plan, not the strategic plan.
The comprehensive plan, yes, I'm sorry.
The comprehensive plan includes something that's called a future land use map or a future land use plan. Essentially is a document that is prepared as part of every comprehensive plan in the community, or in the country, I should say, that sort of accounts for the trend of development in the area, surrounding uses, and sort of forecasts what this property would be the best, most appropriate use of this property based on its surroundings. And so what the comprehensive plan, future land use plan within that plan indicates is fairly similar to what's to the east. So the plan kind of mimicked that zoning and land use pattern. So the southern portion of the property is shown as commercial. That's kind of mimics the commercial uses along Route 20. Then the middle portion of the property is designated for higher density residential uses. And then the far north end of the property is designated for low density residential uses, so single family homes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And I want to thank you. I know we got this packet late on Friday. And I just want to compliment staff that we get those so late, because there was over 50 pages of community responses in there, and some of this information was received Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and today. And thank you for having these printed out. It doesn't give us a lot of time to read it, but we all are doing our best, and I appreciate your efforts. So this area has come before us before. Why is there such limited access into that residential neighborhood? Why was that? And I appreciate I read the traffic studies, all that looks good, but is there any opportunity to alleviate some of that traffic issue anywhere out there? I mean, I've driven around, but I don't know what you can and can't do.
Well, I think this goes back to when the subdivision, Oak Ridge subdivision was approved in the early 2000s. The subdivision was approved with the premise that would kind of jive with what IDOT allows for such a high volume corridor such as Route 20. So there's a traffic light in Lambert, and because of that, they only allowed a right in, right out and at Hillard. It is highly unlikely that, well, in fact, it's not going to happen because IDOT's got plans to make Route 20 a no-access highway west of Lambert. So there would be no other opportunities for this property to have access to Route 20. It has always been expected that this property would gain access from Hillard and from Lambert Drive.
I don't know.
Keep them on.
Check, thank you. And if I could add, it's, as Mr. Latinovich alluded to, it's also a product of the time at which this was developed. If you look at the county subdivision to the north, there were no opportunities for stub roads, so it was essentially an island with, that wraps around it with the train tracks on there. So on one hand, we almost consider ourselves fortunate we at least got the 2 access points on Route 20.
Okay. And this has always been a private property lot. There's been no expectation of never a development. It's not a forest preserve. It's not a...
Correct.
As I mentioned, it was platted for a industrial subdivision in 1988.
Right, okay. You answered my Cook County questions. Oh, and that's nice to see units that are larger. Usually we're seeing smaller units in everything we've seen, so it was kind of a treat to see some larger units, just a comment. Yeah, I left my notes at the office, so I was trying to make them up as I'm sitting here. So, okay, that's it. Thank you very much, Tamir.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Valdez, you're next.
Oh, thank you. I just have a question for the city. With all the dwellings and the townhomes that are going to be there, plus the temple, how come we're only asking for a small plate area? Doesn't the city feel that there should be a need for a bigger size?
Playground?
Yes.
Very good question. Typically, so there is a development impact ordinance that includes a requirement based on the number of units that one is proposing within a subdivision. There will be a fee both for a land and for improvements on that land. They certainly have the option, and the ordinance gives them an option to actually pay a fee in lieu providing those open space areas and equipment. This development does include a recreation center of its own that will be open to all residents of this subdivision, both the multifamily building as well as the townhomes. Again, these units, according to the applicant, will be open to general public, and they will be, anybody can purchase them. It is expected that a vast majority of individuals who purchase within this development will likely be members of that temple community. But nonetheless, essentially, this is a subdivision that will have its own recreational amenities.
You done?
I'm done, thank you.
Commissioner Abwali.
So just what I heard you say, to clarify, these are all for sale properties?
That was told to us, yes, that's our understanding.
Okay, I think most of my questions are for them, but do you know if there's an association? Is that what they're planning on having?
They will have to have one, yes.
Okay. You had mentioned New Year's, the 4,000 people at peak 1,500, I think it was. Do we know, are they like, do we know if that's on a certain day every year? Is it on a weekend? Is it a lunar calendar? Like, do we have any idea?
I think that's better a question for the applicant.
Okay, all right. The east property fence that you mentioned, is that right behind the townhouses to the other townhouses on Oak Ridge?
That's correct. So is a 6-foot high solid fence proposed along the east property line. that is going to wrap around the property also on the north. And then on the west property, this will be a 10-foot high, what they call a sound wall or a privacy fence due to the railroad right here.
Okay. I guess for the petitioners, do we know if there's going to be wedding celebrations? Did they put that in there?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. All right. And I think last thing is the traffic study. I mean, there's a lot on there that it doesn't make a ton of sense for, you know, where it is. So you mentioned eastbound 20 is kind of how they, you know, got enough traffic, got away with it. But if you're coming out of the subdivision and going east on 20, you're there for a very long time. Do they note that in the traffic study?
Let's keep everything to a point that, let's keep everything so our commissioner can ask questions of staff.
So
Well, everybody will have their chance. I'm sorry.
yeah, no, so so what I think I forgot to mention is that they are planning to utilize the traffic and parking management plan during the busiest events, these 8 special Sundays and their holiday. So traffic coming in would be coming in either those that are traveling westbound, they would use a right turn lane into the site at Hillard, or they would take the light on Lambert. Same thing with people coming in from the west, traveling eastbound, they would proceed to the Lambert light, make a left, and then come into the site. However, anybody leaving the site, volunteers will be designated throughout the property to direct all traffic leaving the temple to make a right turn at the right in, right out, and make only westbound movements. Everybody from the Oak Ridge subdivision will be directed to Lambert Lane Light. So they would be given priority, and they would go over there, while the temple folks would go to US Route 20. I think your question is, does the study account for when these individuals and how long they would be staying? Again, some of that is part for the applicant to answer, but in terms of our analysis of the parking study, it appears to accurately depict distribution throughout the day, considering that these services are day-long services. People come and leave, and they've observed, based on the other temples in the area, during which time of the day there's the highest number of individuals on premises, and they base their study on that particular time, which falls to be between 1 p.m. and 2 p.m.
Okay, thank you. No more questions.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Wildermuth.
This might be a question for the applicant as well, but so there are some significant departures in the application. I'm just curious why this area versus other areas, if you can speak to like what was attractive about it in the application process. I know there was a noted growing population that was mentioned in the packet, so just curious as to context. Knowing that there would be a number of departures needed to make this go.
Well, in regards to the first part of your question, is the applicant is the owner of the property. So they can speak to themselves, but our assumption is that they purchased the property with the intent of developing this. Now, to what extent and how things are developed on this property is really the result then for how many departures and what type of departures are proposed. So because these are owner-occupied lots, then you have to do a subdivision. When you do a subdivision, you have to zone each lot appropriately. And when you zone each lot differently, CF community facility versus multifamily, then there are certain setback requirements and landscaping, et cetera. And so that's what drives these departures. Could they have mitigated some of them by reorienting the site differently? Possibly. But that would have been probably at the detriment to some of the surrounding land uses, particularly the residents to the north or to the east, if the condo building is pushed away from the temple, or the temple is pushed closer to the residences and vice versa. So it really, I think one way or the other, there would have been a large number of departures to develop anything on this site.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Echeverria.
Could you kind of clarify or walk me through the consent decree is everything that we're kind of discussing here today, if it gets approved, gets to council, is it all still contingent on this court order going away?
Yes. So as I mentioned at the beginning, this hearing tonight is about city zoning regulations for this property. The consent decree is currently in place, remains in place, and has nothing to do with our process. And that consent decree is in effect, and it trumps city zoning regulations. So even if this is approved, they still have to try to petition the court to amend or vacate that consent decree to allow this type of development. And if that's the case, then they have to come back for the final plat of subdivision approval.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, I don't have any questions for staff. So as we said before, we're going to shift over now to the petitioner team. So if you're with that group, come on up. And while we're doing that again, I'm just going to ask everyone, please refrain from clapping and other verbal chatting. I guess it's actually like we as a commission really want to hear what is being presented by both sides. So when we had clapping before, it was actually very difficult for me to hear Commissioner Abwali's question, and I definitely wanted to. So I would appreciate that.
Mr. Cox, commission members, my name is Peter Bezos. I'm an attorney here in Elgin representing the Umaya Mataji Santha Chicago Midwest Temple, which I'll call the temple. Here with me this evening are Swami Vyas, the priest of the temple. Maybe you could just raise your hand where they can see who I'm referring to. Mr. David Patel, the chairman of the temple's board. Mr. J.P. Patel, the temple's president. Mr. Chuck Hanlon, a well-known land planner with WPK Engineering, who has been before plan commissions and city councils here in Elgin over the years many, many times. Ms. Lynn Means, who's a senior transportation engineer, traffic engineer, if you will, for BLA Inc. And Lynn also has testified here in Elgin many times and for municipalities all around the area. Mr. Michael Murchel, a religious advisor headquartered here in Elgin, who specializes in matters of the human, cultural, social, ecological, political, and emotional capital of religious institutions. And then Mr. William Zalewski and his partner, Thakor Patel, both civil engineers who helped design this project. So as per usual, Demir and the staff have presented you with an incredibly comprehensive written report and a very accurate verbal report. I'm not going to repeat much of what Demir said. By way of background, I want to tell you that I've been working with this temple group since October of 2021, when they approached me about acquiring this 34-acre parcel and then developing it with this mixed-use project. Also, since 2023, when we began contact with the staff, because before that we were dealing with the landowner, we've been in regular contact with your planning and development department and have met and spoken with Mark Malat and Demir Latinovic many, many times. In fact, our site plan that's going to be presented to you tonight has been revised multiple times based upon staff comment. And our last site plan contains virtually all of the changes which staff has suggested to us. Concerning where the temple building is built, which, as Mr. Hanlon will emphasize, is far to the west against the railroad tracks, which west of that is industrial. So this seems like a transitional use, good transitional use. And the condominium building being more than 300 feet, almost 300 feet, I should say, south of the property line of Sherwood Oaks to the north. So in July of 2024, after, as I said, many prior discussions with the staff, we finally filed our petition. And after that, we went through at least 3 rounds of additional staff comments. With your permission, Chairman Cox, I'd like to proceed tonight, and we'll try and do it as expeditiously as possible, I'd first like to have the temple's Swami Vyas briefly speak to you. Then we'll ask Mr. Hanlon, our land use consultant, to address you. Then our traffic engineer, Lynn Means. Finally, our religious consultant, Mr. Merchel. Our engineers will simply wait for questions. I'd like to then have a quick wrap-up, a very quick wrap-up, and then we'll, of course, be ready to take questions from the council, or from the commission, pardon me. While I call up the Swami, I'd like to also pass out to you the resumes of our expert witnesses. So Swami Vyas, would you come up, please? Is that approach okay with you?
It sounds fine with me, and I guess I would say there's been a couple of questions brought up by the commission that were I don't know if this is for you or the petitioner, so if you want to address those as well, and then along with allowing your team to present, sounds good to me.
Fine. In fact, I was hoping, and we're hoping, by the way, I discussed this a little bit with Demir, and they said that maybe this is your practice anyway. Instead of, if it's okay with you, because you're in charge, instead of asking questions on a one-by-one basis, if we can get our presentation to you, one person's presentation may answer a prior question. So thank you.
Sure.
Swami?
Thank you so much, Peter. Thank you so much to respected jury, everyone, committee members, trustees, and all my brothers and sisters who are here with us within this area. Before to start, I wish to do a small prayer for everyone which we believes. So it takes just 30 seconds if you allow me. Then I just want to tell you something. Is it okay?
Yeah, go for it.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinah Sarve Santu Niramaya Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu Ma Kashid Dukkha Bhag Bhaved. Respected all. The translation of this mantra is that everyone is happy, everyone is well, and everyone's pain is removed. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. This is, I'm talking about the ancient language, everyone calls it a Sanskrit. And we are happy that we are still maintaining this language. The philosophy of Sanatan Dharma is that not any city, not a state, not a country, or the world, but the entire universe is a family in which everyone has been given the right to live in the peace by the God. Full form of God, everybody knows that the generator, organizer, and the destroyer of the entire universe. We have full faith in the fact that we are all parts of the God. That means that the same God within me as within you. We, the entire creation, are one. It calls Chidananda Rupa Shivoham Shivoham, which means that it is decided that you and I are one. You are born and we have been born. Really proud that we have been born in the religious and the country that the happy and the prosperous in the terms of spiritual knowledge, which in the past gave refuge and the shelter to the persecuted religion like the Zardosti and the Parsis, which is still alive today, and they are growing in India. This was said by the Swami Vivekananda in the Mahasabha 1893, Chicago. We are proud that we are his heirs. We are standing on that great land which is accepted that the great Chicago, and the great America, freedom of the speech, freedom of the religion are that its roots, if I'm not wrong. And we are confident that it will be accepted today also. To pass on all these glorious histories, all this glorious culture, and all this glorious spiritual journey we want to give to our children and the whole university, whole humanity. That is necessary to have a temple. I am proud that we come from the religion which was of the Mahatma Gandhi, which whole world knows him, who achieved freedom through the non-violences. It's a big thing for whole humanity. I want to tell everyone that this is the Hindu temple, but its name is Umya Mataji Temple. And the main goddess in our temple is Umya Mataji. Umya Mataji, it means Uma, it means a nature, and the Mataji, it means a mother, who gives everything to entire creation without any expectations. Since ancient time, we have accepted woman as a goddess, and we have no hesitate to fold the hands in front of her. And in front of her, man or the woman, kids or the young, elder or the aged, everyone put their hands down, put their heads down, everyone bows down, and we have really no hesitation to do it. I am proud that we are from the religion which both the women's and men's have been equals in ancient time, equal status, and have accepted them as a god, a man or the woman, both. We see in every religious or the person with the same vision because we believe in the peace. So whatever religion it is, it gives the same message of peace. In any of the religion in whole world, every religion gives you a peace. That is the basic message. In fact, I would invite to all of you, there is a stone ideal. Right now, we have a small property, and that's why we are here. But still, we have ideal in everywhere, in every temple. If you go there, there is a something is miracle happens all the time. So there are a stone ideal of the Mataji in every temple, which is made such a way that it seems alive all the time. And the miracle that it gives you a darshan or the face expression according your thought. That means it always talks, if you want to, for the such excellent thoughts, for the such excellent culture and the excellent knowledge. The existence of the temple is very important. I bow down to the Mother Nature with the respect every day and give the message to the world for the peace. In the same way, I bow respect to everyone sitting in front of all of you. I have so many things to say because everybody say you have so many gods, but each and every person is a god for us. We are a creator of the gods. That means I am the god, you are the god, everyone's god. But we have a god which his name is Krishna. He is also known. He says, Karmanyeva Adhikarase. That means whatever you are doing, it's your choice. But whatever you are getting as a fruit, it's my choice. Everybody says, if there is a God within me, so why I am facing problem, why it happens with me? Because of the fruit, because you have no rights for the fruits.
A point of order for the commission. I feel right now that all of our First Amendment rights are being violated. This is a government hearing for a zoning meeting.
I'm coming.
Not a religious convention. We are not here to advance.
I'm coming.
Okay. All right.
Religious discussion that is furthering
Sir, thank you. All right, so
Thank
what
you so
what
much.
we're gonna do is
Yes.
we're trying to kind of listen, imagining if this was the soccer group from the last, kind of talking about the mission that the project is trying to support. That's kind of how I'm trying to hear this.
Sure.
I think if you have comments that continue to
Yes,
support
I
that
will.
mission, we'd like to hear that.
I
So if that kind of helps
Sure.
keep things on point,
Sure.
maybe.
I can finish it. I don't want to say anything else. I just want to finish it. Just tell the last that.
Hey.
Wait. I want to finish. this.
Everyone will be given their opportunity to speak. Let's be respectful, all right? And no more shouting out. If you have something that needs to be said, please raise your hand and the chairman will recognize you. Otherwise, everyone will have their opportunity to speak. We understand. People feel strongly one way or the other. We understand that. But please, be respectful.
Thank you so much. We just want to give this message to everyone. That's why we need, and we welcoming to everyone at the temple, not only particular religion. But thank you so much. It's for our next generation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So as Mr. Hanlon is walking up, I'm going to give the court reporter the resumes of Mr. Hanlon, of Lynn Means, the traffic engineer, of Michael Marshall, and of our civil engineers. And I'm going to give, if I may, start at this end. There are 4 different crisscross sets here.
Thank you, Peter. You can, if you want to advance, that'd be fine. This evening, just to start off on the land use, we sort of make a request and submit that the proposed PUD, including the temple and community facilities and residential components, should be viewed as a single unified land use under the protections afforded by the Religious Land Use and Institutional Persons Act, which really speaks to the integration of the residential components being really an extension and part of the religious components of the proposed development. So there is a religious mission. The temple adjacent to the condominiums form an intentional and integrated use together. A religious use, the residential component is a functional and customary extension of the temple's religious mission. So in this case, the proximity on the same site designed in an integrated manner is integral and important to the temple in and of itself. So it really goes together, and we'd like it to be viewed as sort of one connected purpose. The mixed-use pattern of religious facilities and housing is common in Hindu practice, and living near the temple supports daily worship, forms of spiritual community, and provides opportunities for volunteer services. So again, for those devotees that select to live on the campus, live adjacent to the temple, they certainly have much greater opportunity to participate, to volunteer, and to practice their religion. The numbers have already been summarized by staff. The PUD includes a 34-acre site, 232,000 square feet for the temple and indoor recreational facilities. The numbers, 38 single-family attached townhomes and totaling 118 residential units in total. If you want to advance, please. Again, the staff covered this. My slides might just be a little bit different than similar information, maybe slightly different graphics, but certainly to make the point about the existing industrial property that's there. If this proposal weren't to go forward, it's certainly very possible by right to execute, to build the industrial park next to the existing residential. We feel if you look at the image on the right of this exhibit, we've kind of colorized it as it would be if it was approved as it is proposed, that the MFR for the condominium building, the community facilities, which includes the temple itself, and it also includes the stormwater management areas within community facilities. And there then is a band of multifamily, the townhomes, Obviously, as I think you've all seen in the existing presentations in your packets, the proposed multifamily within this site is adjacent to the existing multifamily townhomes. There's a separation, obviously, with the setbacks. There is a fair, really a pretty strong hedgerow of trees in that area as well, which create an initial, there's already kind of a buffer built in with the existing trees between the existing townhomes and what would be the proposed townhomes. So we feel if you look at the left side with the industrial, that a much better transition from industrial to community facilities and residential is the railroad tracks itself. And it's logical and prudent, and we think really an improvement from the neighbor standpoint to bring the community facilities and residential zoning and land use up against their residential land use as opposed to the industrial that has been previously approved. I'll wait for the next slide.
Demir, are you able to advance for him?
No problem.
Sorry. Logistics.
Yep, thank you. The left image illustrates the future current land use map of the city of Elgin. If this is approved and the next time that Elgin updates their comprehensive plan and their future land use, we've depicted on the right side what that future land use map would look like if it was updated based on the approval of this development. So what you see there certainly is the multifamily, the open space at the north for the stormwater management, the semi-public uses, which include the temple and the parking, and then certainly the townhomes, the multifamily development that's adjacent to the existing. When I look at this from the future land use map that's proposed to a new land use map, the only difference is really a community facility has been added, but again, I think compatible land uses and certainly bringing the residential townhomes up against the existing is very appropriate. If we move on, please. This is just the Elgin existing land use map. We numbered places, locations where there are community facilities, mostly religious institutions. In this case, all of them that we put on the list. There's other types of community facilities, of course. Well, we focused on religious institutions in places in Elgin where they're adjacent to existing neighborhoods and existing residential uses. This, we didn't locate all of them. We just took a dozen examples. We've called out the center city area of Elgin and outlined that because that's a place where there's a great amount of religious institutions adjacent to existing residential. It's a historical precedent. Probably every older city in the country has that same type of setting. We bring this up just to show this kind of historical and continued adjacency of religious institutions with residential. Much of that is in the center city. I lived in Elgin for 13 years. I lived on Villa Street and then later lived on River Bluff. So was always kind of in the historic neighborhoods, and certainly from Villa Street walked into the downtown district all the time, and I'm very used to seeing that in that historic district especially. You can move on, please. Next slide. Again, this slide, I'm not going to go through these in detail, but these are a sampling of what was on the previous slide, just kind of blowing up and illustrating the maps a little bit so that you can see that commonality and that adjacency of the community facilities with these religious institutions adjacent to and really mixed in together with residential areas. Next slide, please. This I'm just calling a case study. It's a project that I worked on a number of years ago, the West Ridge Community Church. In this particular case, they had 25 acres of land. That was more land than they needed for their facilities.
This is supposed to be a building code zoning meeting. We've now listened to two speakers.
Sir, all right, so listen, this is what's going to happen. I looked up the rules, 6.13, hearing conduct. The chairperson may take such action as are required to maintain an orderly and civil hearing. Discourtesy or disorderly conduct shall be deemed A breach of order and such misconduct shall be dealt with as appropriate, which means if there's any further outbursts, any further clapping, any further standing and commentary that interrupts any of my fellow commissioners or anyone else speaking, that person will be asked, or those people will be asked to leave the council chamber immediately. Okay? So, I apologize, Mr. Hanlon. Please return to your presentation about what we're looking for from your perspective.
Yep. Thank you, Chairman. So, I bring this up as a case study, something I worked on a number of years ago, a situation where the Westridge Community Church had purchased a 25-acre parcel of property. They did not need that much land for their facilities. They partnered, I think at the time it was Concord Homes. They partnered with them to build townhomes within the development. So this was all designed, similar to the petition at hand this evening, as an integrated development project. So shared stormwater, shared access, the religious institution, there was a parcel spun off for what's there now is a bank. You can see kind of two large fields of parking on the aerial and the townhome units that were integrated into the property. So very similarly and executed. If you could move forward, Demir, and on the next slide, if you want to just go ahead and tap it about 5 times. There's kind of transitions, which kind of in the sense of brevity, just get them all on the screen. That should do it right there. If you can go back 1, I'm sorry. No, there you go. Yep, that's fine. So this is just showing the development over the years and the movement, the church being built first, the townhomes coming in, and then to the west, which was not part of the 25-acre development, but we also had single-family development, certainly that was built adjacent to the townhomes that were there, adjacent to the parking facilities and some of the open space. So again, some real parallel themes in terms of land use execution on the far west side of Elgin. I just bring this up because it was a project I'm more intimately familiar with and did the design and the entitlements for it back at that time of the early 2000s. In conclusion, if you want to advance, please, one more slide. Thank you. We just want to reiterate the compatibility with the local zoning. Proposed zoning is multifamily and community facilities plan development, aligns with the existing neighborhood zoning areas to the north and to the east. There's a positive, strong land use transition that we believe aligns with the city's future land use map in terms of creating that transition instead of making that transition from industrial to community facilities residential at the railroad tracks. Very clear demarcation point, and bringing residential adjacent to the existing residential through the way the site has been purposely designed to make that happen. Local precedent, I hope has been confirmed with the examples I showed. I could have shown more, but certainly in and around Elgin, this is repeated over and over and over. I think the experience with the case study and a final opinion from my perspective certainly is that the proposed application is appropriate for this site and as it has been designed.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
All right.
I'd like to have Lynn Means, the traffic engineer, speak to you next.
Hello, good evening. For the record, my name is Lynn Means, M-E-A-N-S. I'm a senior transportation engineer with BLA, 333 Pierce Road, Suite 200 in Itasca, Illinois. As previous Demir had noted, we performed a traffic impact and parking study. He covered a lot of the highlights of the study, but I'd like to just go over in brief and to complement and to address some of the questions that the commissioners had asked, hopefully, and/or am available after, obviously, to answer any additional questions. As mentioned, we performed the traffic impact and parking study, which included extended weekday morning, evening, as well as Sunday afternoon and evening peak hour traffic counts along the study area roadways. We investigated crash history at the study area intersections based on the latest available 5-year crashes from IDOT at the time. At the time of the study, IDOT had a system where they reported crashes on a safety tier basis as well. And this section of US Route 20 was noted as safety tier critical. Minimal is the lowest and critical is the highest, needing the highest need for safety improvements. Thus, IDOT had initiated, as most of you in the room may be aware as well, the Shales Parkway and US 20 intersection improvement study, as well as expanded it further to the east, acknowledging that that interchange influences the other intersections further east. Had recommended various improvements for the interchange and ultimately has selected a preferred alternative to address the safety concerns there, the severe and the fatal crashes, as well as to optimize traffic flow and provide multimodal opportunities along the corridor. At our subject intersections, at the right in, right out at Hillard, IDOT, as part of that plan, will be installing a median, so it will restrict any opportunities for wrong way movements, for lefts in and or lefts out, a safety improvement there. And at the signalized intersection of US 20 and Lambert, as part of their plan, as well as the intersections further to the east, they're installing safety measures to improve, again, to mitigate those severe type crashes. So the eastbound and westbound left turns currently operate under a protective permissive phase. So basically you get the green arrow to turn, but then you can continue to turn left on your green ball. So as part of the improvements, those turns will be under protected only. So you may get more delay as a result of it, but it's going to result in a safety improvement. So it'll be typical. You may experience more detriment into the level of service, but it's at the expense of providing safer intersection operations. Our study also included, as Demira had mentioned, the Thornton's gas station development at the time. We took into consideration their traffic impact study as that intersection was planned. So all of their traffic was also included as part of our development impact study, as well as general background growth within the study area. We observed 3 similar temples, as mentioned within the study area, to develop traffic generation estimates for the temple. As the ITE, the Institute of Transportation Engineers, has information available for general religious institutions, we wanted to truly capture the development characteristics of this project. So we took that information into consideration, estimated traffic for it, and performed capacity analysis. As part of that analysis on typical weekday morning and evening timeframes, there is negligible difference in traffic as a result of this development. The operations will be relatively consistent to the future no-build conditions. And then with the proposed once-a-year timeframe when the Hindu temple has their New Year's holiday, which typically occurs in the fall. It happens once in the fall. It's not like New Year's date, like it's January 1st. It fluctuates based on their calendar. So it's typically late October, early November. It can be on a weekday, it can be on a weekend. So we, as part of our study, did a conservative approach and took that traffic on the weekday because we wanted to make sure that it could operate successfully, because it will at some point occur on a weekday. So we analyzed the traffic with that and developed a traffic and parking management plan, which included on-site staff to manage traffic, as well as providing a one-way circulation pattern, and as well as directing traffic out to mitigate impacts to the adjacent residential neighborhood. Just quickly noting those attendance numbers that were previously described. Typical Sunday, we would have 400 attendees, persons, but that doesn't mean 400 vehicles, and they're not all coming at once. Our observations at similar temples had showed on your typical weekdays, you have between 2 to 3 people per car, and they're not, again, coming at once. There is a distribution across a couple-hour time frame coming in and coming out, and that's on a typical Sunday when traffic on US 20 is about 50 to 70% of that weekday traffic. So it can be accommodated on those typical time frames. The 800, again, is on a holiday when you're pushing the higher occupancy per vehicles. And again, it's not a schedule hard start time. You get that fluctuation of flow. There were multiple charts provided within the study that showed how the traffic and the persons came in and out and the corresponding parked cars that would occur during those time frames. Similarly, on the Hindu New Year's holiday, that 4,000 persons, again, isn't 4,000 cars coming in. We typically have even a higher occupancy rate during that time frame. You may have 4 to 5 people. We took a very conservative approach to make sure that this would work. So we looked at what our highest observed time frame was on one of the similar temples during typical operations. And so we assumed a 2 to 3 person occupancy during that time frame to make sure that this site could be designed and accommodated correctly. We also note that the type of attendees coming, you first have the devotees. You have about 20% of that attendance, which are folks that come in the early morning and stay into late in the evening. And then the remaining 80% fluctuates between like a 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. time frame. So they will vary throughout there. And again, we wanted to take in a conservative approach. So typically they may stay, those folks coming in and out, about 5 to 10 minutes, really not overlapping the hours between kind of, as we get back to that soccer tournament type thing where you have one service starting and the next one, coming. Typically they're coming in and out within the hour. We took, again, a conservative approach and assumed some folks would stay later. About 50% may overlap, which in all realism, it's going to be much less. So based on all these levels of conservatism, along with not considering that folks that are in the proposed multi-story condo building or the townhomes likely may be members of this temple, we didn't discount for any of those factors either. We considered it because those are open sale. We considered none of that to occur. And based on that information, we had found that the parking to be sufficient, as well as having that parking management plan and continuous conversations and communication with village staff between a designated temple and coordinator and regularly observing and making sure that if that land bank parking needs to be constructed, it's available for that parking to occur.
Our last presenter is Mr. Michael Merschel, and when he's done, I'm going to step up and give a very short wrap-up, and then we'll sit down.
And then I think what we'll do is take a brief break after your wrapping up the petitioner's portion, and then we'll open up the petition for questions, and then move to the public hearing portion.
Good evening. I'd like to thank you for allowing me to have this time to provide some insight on the religious and spiritual viewpoint of this project. I am Michael Murschel, M-U-R-S-C-H-E-L. I'm a professional religion consultant and spiritual director in private practice here in Elgin. My wife is a third-generation Elginite, and our grandson now marks the fifth generation which is investing in this place. Some of you may remember me from my 25 years of religion writing with the Courier News and the Daily Herald. I seem to be a perpetual member of CERL, the Coalition of Elgin Religious Leaders, which is a religious organization here in town that encompasses and represents a host of religious traditions in this area. I'm an active member of St. Thomas More Catholic Church over here on the west side. I hold an Associate of Arts degree from ECC, a bachelor's in communications, along with classical and medieval studies from Northwestern University, a master's in theology and pastoral care from Lutheran School of Theology at Chicago, and I am a commissioned spiritual director. I've been a professional church and culture trend watcher for a very, very long time. So I'd like to begin by putting all of this into an historical perspective here, at least as Elgin is concerned. Elgin began weaving its tapestry of religious involvement from its very beginning. Its nickname is, after all, the City of Churches. Within our boundaries are nearly 100 houses of worship from a host of local and global traditions. Elgin also has the unique tradition of never having had a church building fall into use for anything other than a house of worship, except for one brief instance, and that building soon became an active church again. This all traces back 190 years ago to James T. Gifford, who, along with his brother Hezekiah, founded Elgin in April of 1835. James made it a point to donate land to churches, thereby encouraging them to come to Elgin, and their wise acceptance of that invitation ultimately contributed highly to the rich diversity of the religions which anchor the culture of our community to this very day. Across this nation and over the years, many residential subdivision developers have made it part of their development plan to set aside acreage within those subdivisions specifically for a house of worship, feeling that such a presence added stability, dignity, and peacefulness to the neighborhood. Mention's been made of the housing to be built around the temple site, and there is indeed a tradition of members of Hindu temples desiring to live in close proximity to the temple. That's for the convenience, certainly, that it provides for worship. There's also the added benefit of having members of the temple living that close, that there is due diligence and care for that temple site. All activities at temples such as this are respectful, reverential, and polite. There's no alcohol involved because of scriptural teachings, respect for deity, and ethical considerations. The thing to remember is this, that there's an inherent quietness about Hindu temples. This is, after all, sacred space. This is, after all, sacred space, and a distinctive of the worship is both individual and coming together for worship services. But that silence and that quiet allows for personal spaces for meditation and prayer. The sacred geometry, the symbolism, and the proportions of a Hindu temple are in direct relation to spiritual concepts and principles, just as is the steeple, buttress, and Gothic arch of a church. The central tower, the shikara of the mandir, is situated above the central shrine. Shikara is a Sanskrit word meaning mountain peak, and as such, it represents the sacred Mount Meru, legendary golden mountain standing in the center of the universe as the axis of the world. This temple will be, as is the Baps Hindu temple on Route 59 in Bartlett, open to visitors, perhaps as many as 25 a day. These are people outside the faith tradition who want to learn more about it. And so they will come and tour this place and experience it. And here's where we drift off into a little bit of economic capital consideration. Either side of their visit, they may go to a local restaurant and fuel the economy of our community in that way. They may even find Elgin so beautiful and compelling that they want to move here and perhaps even bring their business interests along with them. Far from disrupting the flow of energy of nature, Hindu temples reflect the interconnectedness of everything: the physical landscape, the personal landscape, and the spiritual landscape. Hindu temples are designed to harmonize with nature. Their practices and rituals affirm this connection by enhancing the natural environment. They are centers highlighting ecological awareness and stewardship of the natural world in a responsible way. The temple and everything surrounding it brings into our community what is known as religious capital. Think of religious capital as the investment of personal and organizational spirituality, time, and physical effort and work involved in bringing in religious faith, ideology, doctrine, and practice to enrich the total environment of our community and everyone and everything that calls Elgin home. Once, not that long ago, I spoke with one of the staff at the Baptist Temple on Route 59. He told me that when he arrived at his home after a day at the temple, his son asked him what he'd learned that day. He immediately started telling his son of what he'd learned about a particular Vedic verse, but his son stopped him and said, "No, I don't mean that. I mean, what did you learn about another person today?" That's the level of personal and spiritual engagement this brings to our community. And sure, it's about the sacred days and the times and the temple itself and how it functions as a portal to the divine, but it's also about the people and how we relate to each other. Hinduism is a very personal religion and faith lived out by its devotees faithfully, respectfully, reverently, with a high regard for neighbors and the neighborhood they have seen as a worthy setting for their faith. This isn't about anything being taken from anyone, but rather about what we can give each other in light of that divine light embodied in every house of worship. This is the essence of the Sanskrit greeting Namaste, which may be interpreted as meaning the divine in me recognizes the divine in you, or put another way, the best in me recognizes and respects the best in you. And so I encourage and invite you to accept this new place of worship, this religious capital, as a gift and as an investment made into our community, which pays itself forward throughout the ages. This is a vision worth grasping and a reality of lasting beauty and grace. Namaste, and thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Now, as promised, I'll be brief. As both the staff report and our own expert testimony, I believe, has clearly demonstrated, tonight's proposal meets all the standards for map amendments and plan developments that are in your code. And if you want to revisit the staff's findings or the staff's recommended findings, look at their pages 12 through 26. The approval of this petition will result in this property being developed much more in keeping with your comprehensive plan, which shows a residential transitioning from industrial. Right now, it's GI, you heard before, general industrial use. I was going to read off some uses for you, but suffice it to say there's trucking, there's truck repair, it just doesn't seem appropriate next to residential. But the temple is a great transitional use because it can survive nicely next to the railroad tracks, and we'll be putting up a sound fence like you just heard, which will benefit not only the temple, but everybody to the east. So we really think that this meets all your requirements and the City Council's requirements for approval. I would also mention that this petition is entitled to the protections of the Federal Religious Land Use and Institutional Persons Act of 2000. And this act requires communities to have compelling reasons to say no to a religious application. And I don't believe you've heard any testimony that would justify a compelling reason. We agree with all of the conditions for approval that the staff has put in, with one slight modification that I kind of mentioned to Demir a few minutes ago. The condition for approval number 26 says no special events shall be scheduled at the temple, special events being baptisms, weddings. No special events at the temple or the community center on Sundays or on Hindu New Year Day. Well, we're fine with the Hindu New Year Day, but on a normal Sunday, the prayer services don't begin till 4 p.m. And so it's very possible to have a baptism in the morning or even a wedding in the morning. And so, as Demir indicated to me, the point was to not permit community activities overlapping religious, and if we can just make that modification, we're fine with that condition as well. I would like to end by tendering to the court reporter a petition signed by over 360 advocates of this petition, many of whom are from Elgin themselves. Thank you very much. As I said, our engineers are also here. You haven't heard from them, but we're all willing to answer questions. Okay? Thank you.
All right, and as I said before, I think we'll maybe just do a brief stand-in stretch for those who need it, and then come right back. So we'll just do just that quick, what do you call it, 9:16. We'll reconvene, and then we can hear from your engineers if the commission has questions.
Ladies and check, check, check. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we could have you take your seats, please, to the extent that you may have one, and so that we can get restarted. It would be most appreciated. Thank you very much. And again, as you have done so well tonight, please keep those doorways open. And a thank you to our Elgin's finest who have joined us here tonight.
All right, thank you everyone for quieting down. I don't know that I've ever actually banged the gavel before, but it seemed to work, so I appreciate the tool, Mr. Milat. All right, Mr. Bezos and team, if I guess, or maybe just Mr. Bezos, if you would come back up to the lectern. We're going to, now as the commission, ask any questions we may have of you and team. So you don't necessarily have to bring everyone up. They can cycle up as needed.
Could we hand them the portable microphone at the same time or no?
I guess we can. They would not necessarily be on video.
Yeah, let's have Mr. Bezos have him come to
I think that would be for good order and for the record, for anyone watching remotely, especially to have a voice associated with what we're hearing. And one more bit of housekeeping. You may notice during the break, we're down one commissioner. He had to go home due to a family emergency. So that's why we've got now just 5 of us up here. So I'm going to start on my right. Commissioner Wildermuth, questions for the petitioner team.
No questions at this time.
Commissioner Valdez.
Can I ask for both the side and the mirror too, or no?
Yeah, go ahead.
My question is for both, including the mirror. Has the U46 district become aware of the dwellings that are being built? And I ask this because of the future. Somehow they have to plan, right, to accommodate all the students that are going to be coming in.
We have not interfaced with U46, so that we have not done so. Frankly, in most of the zoning petitions that I am involved with that have a residential component, I've never done so. But no, we haven't.
And if I can speak for the staff, we have not directly reached out to U46 about this specific project, but as I mentioned, there are development impact fees that every residential development has to pay. And so as part of that, ultimately the U46 gets notified because they receive some fees through the impact fee ordinance. And they will sooner or later they will find out about the project. And again, this is a little bit too early in the process, but if it gets down the road, if it is approved ultimately and there are plans to actually build this, then that's when the impact fees are collected and U46 finds out.
Okay, thank you. No more questions.
Commissioner Jones.
It was referenced by some of the community members in your packet, the community outreach process of it, and then some of them felt that that was different. Can you outline your community outreach to the developments that you guys have done with this project?
Oh, sure. In 2022, we met with the members of Sherwood Oaks. Well, we sent an invitation out to 123 addresses in Sherwood Oaks. That was not to Oak Ridge, and the reason why that was asked to me the other night, and I'll explain that, is it had to do with this consent decree. It was the neighborhood to the north, Sherwood Oaks, and in 1966, there was a company that was planning to surface mine, gravel mine, and understandably the neighbors were like, well, wait a minute, what's going on here? So they filed suit in the circuit court and they came to a consent decree, which is an agreed order. And frankly, that consent decree insisted upon industrial zoning to continue.
I'm sorry, can I, Can you outline the community outreach you did to the community developments? That's in our packet about the mining and how that court case came to be.
So what did we
thank you
do?
for
So we met with, in November, early November of 2022, we called a meeting with the members of Sherwood Oaks. We sent out an invitation. We set up a room at the Bartlett Park District. Several people came. I didn't bring a count. And we had a follow-up meeting in December of 2022. And then when we ratchet ahead until this year, when we finally knew from staff that they were prepared to go forward with this petition and had given us a date, we then invited all of those same Sherwood Oaks residents. We mailed, over 100 and again 30, something like that. And we were able to email that same invitation to the residents of Oak Ridge because we learned through one of their members who their property manager was, and that property manager was able to email blast. And we invited them to a meeting at the Elgin Center on May 27th, and we held such a meeting then.
Thank you.
Okay.
And then I just want to comment, my home church has been without, we've had an interim pastor for a while, so I've taken the opportunity to visit many churches over the last year and a half. Some of them are the mega churches, some of them are very tiny, some of them are, and I will tell you how impressed I am with the ability of those churches to move people in and out to attend their facilities. Some of them with these huge auditoriums, and I'm assuming the same kind of thing is going to be true here. There'll be a traffic team and everything at the temple, correct?
On those days where there's high attendance, yes, there will.
Okay, thank
one
you.
of the things, Ms. Jones, that I want to emphasize is on that one Hindu New Year where there can be a total of 4,000 people. It kind of was said quickly that there are about 20%, which is where the 800 number came from, are what they call devotees, and they come in the morning and stay all day. But then there are members that are not devotees. And much to my surprise, I was told a couple of times that these people typically come and go in for 5 or 10 minutes, get in their car, leave, go to another temple, same thing, another temple. I can't explain why, but that is what happens. So that's the other 3,200 are in and out.
And if I understood that, it's over the course of the day?
It certainly
For the whole, it's the whole day?
Absolutely.
Okay. Yep, thank
Not
you.
like a Bears game.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Abwali.
You guys really did answer most of my questions. A very comprehensive presentation. Thank you. But you did end just now on the 800 people, devotees, and so when they went over that on the parking and traffic study, they included all of the parking, which included the 81 units when they said it was enough. But if those people live there, these are additional people coming in. Is that right?
Lynn, can you come and help me? On the townhomes, they have their own parking, right?
Townhomes do. They have their own garage.
And the 81, you're right, the 81 in the condos shares parking, but Lynn can explain this.
Yes, so there is, as part of the traffic parking and management plan, I think color quotes everything to help clarify who parks where. So the folks in the condo, they will have parking designated for them directly in close proximity to the condo building. The devotees who come early in the morning, they will be parked kind of furthest from circulating around and then closest kind of to the exit. And then there'll be folks on site that will manage to help them come in and out. Now, if there's a person that lives on site, obviously their car is parked and stayed there and they will walk in, but it's already assumed that they're like parked and stayed there. So we may have double counted in essence, as that's part of our conservative nature of the study, in that we didn't discount for anybody that lived there. So everybody that lived there was assumed that those parking spaces are occupied by those residents. And then if they happen to attend from walking there, we assume that everybody that was coming was basically driving independent of there. So the counts and the numbers that we projected, in essence, may
Conservative.
Maybe
Okay.
conservative and
All right,
overstated.
as long as you're here, I have a follow-up
Yes.
question. You mentioned the extended green time, which would delay for the safety.
Yes.
So is that, there's going to be even more extended green time when this is developed, or just what it is now?
So as currently, the traffic signal that operates right now, the east and west left-hand turns from US 20 to Lambert, they get a certain amount of green time that's protected. So those turns can go, they get a green arrow. So they can turn from US 20 onto Lambert without being impacted by east and west traffic flow. So they get the green arrow, they can go. The safety issue comes after, where they have the permissive flow. So because the way that the traffic signal is, US 20 is a strategic regional arterial route. So it's part of the signal is part of a coordinated system, which means it talks to other traffic signals along the route, and it provides most of the green time to move most of the traffic along US 20. So just by nature, the side streets get less time comparatively of the overall cycle length, and the left turn movements as well don't get as much time as the through movements. Hopefully I'm explaining this simply enough, but with the safety improvements, those left-hand turns, which could go on the arrow, and then with the green ball, they can wait. So if there was a gap in the traffic stream, it can go. When you have steady traffic, often they can't find that gap, and that's where you sometimes run into accidents where they're, because they're waiting, they're making judgments towards the end, and then they're going where they probably shouldn't go, and then it causes collisions. So as part of this, there will be, those turns will be protected only. They may be getting a little more green time, but they don't get that extra time where they could take those gap movements, especially during like lower travel times. So say, off-peak times where there's lots of gaps. So say like at 12 a.m. when there's not a lot of traffic on US Route 20, you're going to get more delay.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for you. I do have one more question for you, please. You guys have consistently mentioned Bartlett, West Chicago, Itasca in comparisons. Is the size of those places also comparable to this one?
So, can you answer that, Lynn, or Thakor, can you answer that? This is one of our engineers who was instrumental in, I think did you design BAPS? Yeah. Bartlett is called BAPS, and this is Thakor Patel. You want to state your name?
Yeah, Thakor Patel, Advantage Consulting Engineers. So I did BAPS also. So BAPS is 30 acre and it's about more than 300,000 square feet. So this is more comparable to BAPS.
And the other two are smaller?
Other two are smaller. Itasca one is smaller, and the one they have in West Chicago, that one is less smaller too.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
That's all I have.
All right, I don't have any questions for the petitioner team at this time, so thank you. All right, as promised, we are going to open this petition up to public comment. I did have the list from before. I've got the other lists that were here. Totals around 95 people at about 3 minutes a person. That's just shy of 4 hours and 45 minutes. So let's hope my math is wrong. All right, starting with the list, we're going to start with Paul Achman. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And if I could add, if what you have said has already been said, it's not necessary that you repeat it. It's not a matter of quantity over the quality of your statement. So if someone has made your point, and the chairman calls on you, feel free to offer to pass. We just want to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to speak.
Right.
If you insist on speaking, you will absolutely have that time to speak. Just wanted to offer that.
Thank you. I was actually going to say that, and I forgot to, so I appreciate you having my back, because again, process, I think, is, like you said, is important, and the quality is more important than quantity, so I appreciate that. All right, we'll start with Mr. Paul Achmanek. Not yet. I apologize. Maybe just hold for a minute.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
For the record, Paul Achmanek, last name spelled Ochmanek. I'm with Kovach Schiffer Nesbitt, KSN. We're a law firm. We represent the Oak Ridge community as well as Towns Association, collectively referred to as the Association for tonight's purposes. The board members, and more importantly the constituents, asked us to appear to provide a summary of their objections to the city's proposal as well as the petitioner's overall plan. To the extent the application states that the petitioner consulted with the neighbors to the east, being the associations, the board does not recall prior correspondence as the commission raised, and they did not recall any prior meetings with the petitioner. They do admit receiving the meeting notice for last week, the May 27th date, attending board members here as well as some of the occupants in the overall attendance here tonight this evening. Regarding the application itself, the board objects on a few means, primarily ingress and egress. There's one sole grounds. We've not heard any arguments or positions regarding the emergency exit. What happens when that street gets backed up? There's a car accident, either on the main line itself, oh, the time has changed, I apologize, the map has changed, or northbound there on Hilliard. What happens? Now everyone's going through the community where you have children present, running outside, occupants walking down the street, crossing the street. This is going to cause a larger problem than anticipated. If I heard correctly, the temple's over 140 feet tall. I don't want to misstate that though. That's several feet. That towers over the townhomes proposed on the east side, towers over the wall, which is alleged to block sound. We've not heard any issue regarding vibration studies or light. That temple proposes light, the 4 stories of the townhomes, the community center and the recreation center on the west side, tower over the townhomes on the right into the association. There's parking lot and a playground to the northeast quadrant of the proposed plan that goes into the association as well as the Sherwood property as well. The traffic study dated March 2022, that's a wintertime date. People are not typically traveling as much in the winter hours as they are in the spring. Additionally, 2022, that's 3-year-old data, and most importantly, that was during the heart of COVID. People were staying in place. They were residing somewhere else. They were not at their homes. That traffic data is old and it's inadequate. We ask that a new one be ordered and provided to this commission. Regarding the noise and vibration, I had mentioned that, but specifically the light, based upon the height of the tower, the community center, as well as the recreation center to the north. They appear to go over that playground area now up in the parking lot, tower over the east homes, impacting everyone in that northern quadrant of the association. These owners have built their homes, their lives, and their families here, and they chose that neighborhood due to its peaceful location. That neighboring lot, however vacant, was vacant for a reason. It seems now, by their attempt to escape the nuisance is now moving to them and impacting them in ways they never anticipated. The townhomes don't ask for just one variance in the townhome application. If I took notes from the city's perspective, almost every aspect of that townhome application seeks a variance. A variance is seeking 1 or 2 or potentially 3 deviations from a set plan. That townhome plan was a total deviation from the city's ordinance. So we're not asking for a slight deviation, we're asking for a rewrite of the city's codes. And if that's what we're doing here, why have the code in the first place if we're completely rewriting it for a single petitioner? We've addressed the light concern, noise concern, traffic, means of ingress and egress, as well as most recently the traffic consultant raised flow patterns and how people flow with the traffic. Well, there's no indication how is any of the devotees, back parking lot attendees, going to manage the traffic if there's an accident, reroute, or fire. And I haven't seen any document yet. What happens if there's an accident or occurrence at both locations? You have more townhome residents and residents in the shared community that exceed the association. That's just the residential occupants alone. Then you tack on I think the number was 800 proposed parking spaces. Now you're 5 times the number of townhome and association residents. On a holiday, it's not just one day. And there was a testimony regarding coming and going. Possible, but due to weather or other incidents, there might be a congestion time where a mass amount of people do arrive at one limited time. We haven't heard how do you address 1,000 cars coming and going to the property at one single time. All the testimony has been regarding traffic times throughout the day. And based upon that, I thank the commission, Mr. Chairman, members of the city for your time this evening. We appreciate your efforts. Any questions? I've got board members, other owners who I'm sure will be glad to give you your ear this evening. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right. So we've got Greg and Jean McCright at 1717 Pin Oak. They left. All right. Joseph Aveno. I'm sorry. I do apologize for if I, like I said, slaughter anyone's name. So, okay.
I'm used to it. You don't need to apologize.
All right. So, thank you for your grace. Go ahead.
Well, thank you for allowing me to make my comments. I am a disabled veteran. I moved here because I needed peace and contentment. This is my wife. I rely on her tremendously. She moved with me for peace and contentment. So, we live, we live here.
Sir, if you can just give us your address, sir.
It's 937 Oak Ridge Boulevard.
Thank you.
Right.
And all of the traffic in and out of this whole area passes that spot. Passes that spot. My concern is not about the validity of a religious institution moving in there. My concern is the volume of people. It's changing the total nature of that community. We're citizens. I've worked at Elgin Community College as an educator. I've volunteered with the Elgin Police Department as a chaplain. I serve presently as a chaplain. I'm deeply committed to this community. What I find from all the people that I know at the American Legion, Post 57, I'm very involved in this community, and I'm telling you that it's the people that matter. Now, we're citizens, we're occupants, and it's not about the religion. We're members of Harvest Bible Chapel. We serve people all over this city. But here, all that traffic is going to pass my front door. 937 Oak Ridge Boulevard. All of that traffic, all of it. So my concern is, what about the character of our community? It's going to totally change. It's not just the height of the buildings. You know, not one word was mentioned about all the deer and coyote that live in that space right there that's being developed. That wall that's going to go up by the railroad tracks, that's where all the deer live. I mean, they've been living there for years. They're beautiful animals. Now, we can exterminate them. That's what's going to happen. They're going to have to be exterminated. They can't live in that kind of congestion. But just think about it. Is that the right thing to do when there's all that space just west of ours? Just west of ours that this project can be developed. It's been referred to as a project. I think of it as my community. It's not a project, it's a community. Well, my concern here is to say to you to think about this. There's a lot of money on one side. I'm following 5 people who are high-priced professionals. I'm advocating, just think about people who live here. It's going to totally change the nature of our lifestyle. But I'm going to tell you that all of those people coming in and out of that one little spot that one little road, even if you develop more roads in and out, is that going to help change? Is that going to help improve the quality of our community life? I don't think so. So what I want to share with this commission is simply to think about, it's not the character of our present community when there's all that space west of us that this project can be developed. It doesn't have to be on that spot. It's not an argument against the religion. It's not the case.
Sir, before you sit down, could you spell your name for the court reporter, please?
My name is Giuseppe Salvatore Agnello.
Hence the spelling, please.
In Italian, it means lamb. Agnello.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right,
And as folks come up, if you could spell your name and give us your address for the court report, we'd be most appreciative.
all right, and I think, Robbie, you came up with him, but we're not speaking yet, or did you want to? Just going through the list.
He pretty much said it all. And also, because we're right in the front of Oak Ridge, when you're coming down that road, that street, we won't be able to see the expressway. That's one of the reasons why we moved there, so we can actually see the expressway, see Lake Street. We don't need a bunch of buildings that is gonna blocking us, almost like closing us in all around. And so it would be nice if we could just keep that area open. That's all.
Thank you. All right, looks like we've got another couple that's written their names together from 1662 St. Andrews. It looks like Kevin. May have left. All right, thank you. I appreciate whoever said that from the back. All right, Vita and Rich at 211 Greenwood. Pass. So Hamante from Bartlett, it looks like. Yeah, I don't know. If it's not sounding familiar, well, you know what? I'm just going to keep moving, and we can always catch those at the end. Sylvia Young. There was a certain excitement in your reply. Oh, I'm sorry. Did we call you?
Yes, Sylvia.
Sylvia.
What's the last name?
Sylvia Young.
855 Oak Ridge?
1722 Belt Court. All right.
Hi, everyone. I wasn't expecting to talk so soon, but first name is Sylvia, Silvia. Last name Young, Yung. 1722 Belcourt Lane. So just want to say I've been living in Elgin for over almost 20 years. I'm a mom, community member, and I work in the area. But I kind of want to talk to you guys more about safety of that intersection, Lambert and 20. So when I look out through my window from the kitchen, I can see crashes, and it's been increasingly every year. I just want to say, like, both my kids, they drive. I tell them not to turn onto that lane. Even though it's a protected going to the left or the right, there's always crashes because people are going down 50 miles per hour. When they make changes to shales, I believe it's going to be even faster in regards to there's no stop before that. So I really worry about safety in regards to that intersection, and as well as traffic, the buses during the school year, as well as the semi-trucks in the two lots. That increases the flow. When there's an accident on Lake, people go through Lambert, going back down to, I forget the other name, but that increases traffic in the area. So like I said, with the community, it just condensed, it's already condensed right now. They talk about safety that, they talk about traffic that it can support the road depending on different times, but they're not even accounting in regards to the amount of crashes each year that happens. So.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next name, I can't tell if it's KOMC or KOMO. There's no address listed with it. I can't tell.
It's just one name.
Just-
There's just one word. Like share.
All right, Jeffrey Reich at 214 Will Scarlett. Okay. Lisa Reich. Stephen Mungs at 1721 Pin Oak.
Stephen Mings, M-I-N-G-S.
I apologize.
No problem. Some of my community members are going to speak to a bunch of things, but I'm at 1721 Pin Oak Lane. I've been there for 6 years, and the traffic is really bad, period. A lot of talk is about Lake, but at Galt and Hilliard, that's one way in. That's the only way we have in and out, period. If there is any kind of accident right there or congestion, we're not getting out. When there are accidents on Lake, the buses are late. Sometimes we can't get out at all. It's very difficult. It's apparent by all of the variances that we're trying to fit way too much into not a large enough space. You guys mentioned the BAPS temple, and that seems like a lot more area than what is proposed here. Also, the extra events are mentioned, but they're being made light of, I think. There's not enough discussion about how many of them there are going to be and how many people are going to be there. The units, the townhomes and the condo, it's mentioned that they're going to be sold individually, but then in another part of the presentation, it was discussed that it's going to be part of, what did it say? Integrated as part of the religious mission. That seems counterintuitive to me. And earlier, one of the petitioners brought up other religious centers, but didn't really mention any of the square footage of all of those. For the record, I have no issues with any of the religions. I don't practice any of them, but it doesn't, that specific part of it doesn't bother me. I'll skip that part. Well done, Jeremy, earlier, and our lawyer did a good job as well. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica Astrug, Beach Drive.
Hi, it's Jessica Astrug, A-S-T-R-U-G. I am not in support of the rezoning of the subject property. I've been a resident of Elgin since I was 2. And according to page 34 of Elgin's comprehensive plan adopted in 2018, the housing goal is to provide a variety of housing options and living environments that support existing residents and accommodate a wide range of ages and incomes while improving the overall health, quality of life, image, and the Elgin community. Rezoning to allow for a 250,000 square foot facility with a height of over 10 stories sharing a property line with an established community does not support existing residents, nor does it improve our quality of life. In the application, it's stated that a 6-foot fence will be built along the property line of Oak Ridge, and the development creating distinct separation and negatively affecting Oak Ridge Homes' property value. Elgin's comprehensive plan, page 34, is to protect property value. The magnitude of the proposed development will do the exact opposite. Elgin will then have failed in goals that the city put forth as a plan for its community. For the record, I would also like to note that my backyard is adjacent to a thicket of trees that provide my family with privacy and quiet, which in the subject's application is set to be removed, despite their attorneys stating that the trees were to be kept during their last-minute Q&A. I am requesting that if the zoning is changing, that thicket of trees is left as a buffer for the proposed development. It is stated several times in the subject's application that the property is suitable for the intended zoning. The property is not suitable to the size and use of the mixed-use development. It has been compared several times tonight to churches in Elgin. I've grown up in Elgin. The churches in Elgin are nowhere near the magnitude of what they are planning to develop. A quarter-million square foot sized facility opens 7 days a week. Early morning to late evening is not appropriate next to an established residential community. The magnitude of expected attendees and visitors is on the low end, 400 individuals every weekend, and upwards of 800 to 4,000 for events. According to Elgin's comprehensive plan, page 54, both traditional neighborhood design and low-impact design principles should guide the build of new neighborhoods. Neither of these have been used in their plans, especially when it states that existing topography should be used to dictate the design of new development, preserving an area's natural drainage. None of that is being used. The land is being cleared out. There are 298 trees tagged in their application, and they are keeping 16. There is also no remediation for the identified, included in the application, of endangered and threatened species that exist behind us. Oak Ridge residents understand that the use of a general industrial could bring over 150 different types of revenue-generating facilities for the city of Elgin. However, none of those facilities would disrupt our lives in the multitude of ways that the proposed facility will. There is only support for additional homes or the 150 facilities that the general industrial zoning could bring that would not hurt our quality of life or safety. In our subdivision alone, 115 people have signed a petition opposing the development, of which I'd like to give you a new copy, as the previous one submitted on May 30th has fewer signatures. I urge you to please review the signatures of the residents, many of whom are here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Christina Myers, Oak Ridge Boulevard.
Christina Myers, M-Y-E-R-S. Good evening, members of the Zoning Board. My name is Christina Myers, and I've been a resident of the Oak Ridge Subdivision on Oak Ridge Boulevard for the past 4 years. I'm here to respectfully voice my opposition to the proposed rezoning of the subject property. While there are several concerns, I will focus on one that is directly relevant to zoning and land use planning, traffic safety, and infrastructure readiness. The Oak Ridge subdivision has a single point of ingress and egress which connects Route 20 through intersections already classified as Tier 5 in terms of safety, indicating the highest level of concern. These intersections are not just busy, they are dangerous. This is a documented issue that affects residents daily. To add to this, Route 20 is already a high traffic corridor carrying approximately 39,000 vehicles per day according to Illinois travel statistics. This is not a minor road. This is a major arterial route that is already under significant pressure. Introducing additional traffic from a large-scale development without a coordinated mitigation plan would only exacerbate existing congestion and safety risks. Approving a rezoning that would significantly increase traffic volume without a comprehensive traffic mitigation strategy developed in partnership with IDOT and local emergency services would be serious oversight. There is currently lack of a clear signage, speed regulation, and safety infrastructure currently at these intersections. Without addressing these deficits, the proposed development would compromise the safety of current residents, future residents, and parishioners alike. Zoning decisions shape the long-term safety and livability of our communities. I urge the board to consider whether this proposal meets standards of responsible planning. Until a transparent, data-driven, traffic and safety-driven plan is in place, I respectfully ask that you do not move forward with this rezoning. Thank you for your time and service to our community.
Thank you. Linda Searcy, at 1223 Robin Hood Drive. Yes, please, yes.
My name is Linda Searcy. I live at 1223 Robin Hood Drive in Sherwood Oaks. To date, this process has been filled with prevarication, from phantom meetings to written statements declaring that no opposition. I don't suffer from selective memory recall, so here are the facts. Fact: yes, in November and December of 2022, presentations, and I use that word loosely, were held for Sherwood Oaks residents. They were poorly attended because of the neglect of notifying the residents. Fact: those present were emphatic that there should be no rezoning based on the tenets of incompatibility with surrounding neighborhoods, traffic and parking concerns, the project size, environmental impact, and the potential strain on city resources. Fact: at no time were residents of Oak Ridge subdivision notified or included in any type of dialogue, even though we asked why. Fact: the applicant stated that they would not purchase the land if it weren't rezoned. Fact: land has not been rezoned. The applicant purchased the land in November of 2023. Fact: the petitioners not only seek rezoning, but that of 14 variances are included, including a wild card which allows for, and I quote, any other departure as may be necessary or desirable. Fact: petition for rezoning was filed in July of 2024. Fact: May 27th finally yield a Q&A with both neighboring subdivisions and the applicant's representatives. Make note that that session was 1 week ago. Fact: it has always been stated in the applicant's petitions that this rezoning was to be used for a mixed residential and religious project. At no time was RLUIPA ever invoked. In the applicant's document entitled Inappropriate Current Zoning 3.5, it states that the city's comprehensive plan was amended to reflect that the said property should be developed for residential use. I couldn't find that, but instead I found on page 20 there was a section entitled Mixed Use / Commercial Designation. Temples are considered commercial. It reads that, and I quote, these centers are designed to meet the daily convenience goods and service needs of residents in immediate adjacent areas and neighborhoods. That's us. That's our two subdivisions. If that is accurate, then the proposed site may include some of what a mixed-use center should provide, but in actuality, it presents itself as a compound, potentially promoting intersexuality. I say this because at the meeting that we had, the question was directly asked if someone other than of the religious persuasion purchased a condo or an apartment, could they use the amenities? And we were told no. That the only individuals who could access use of any of that was congregational members and their families. Both neighboring subdivisions have representation here tonight through either physical attendance and or signed petitions. I have my original copy here of Sherwood Oaks, of which I have over 128 names of the 120 families that live there. We are hoping to send a message that we oppose the rezoning. We are seeking moral justice and total transparency. We respectfully request that petition 1424 and 1524 be denied.
Thank you. Jeremy Carlson is up next. 816 Beach.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jeremy Carlson of 816 Beach Drive, last name Carlson. I live on the northeastern part, we'd call it the eastern side of the development, in one of the single-family residence homes. I'm going to only make remarks this evening that have not already been stated. And one of the things that I think is important, probably to everyone in this room, I would at least hope so, is the safety of every life in this room, the safety of everyone who isn't in this room who travels up the Route 20 corridor. In the study that was provided by BLA, page 14 or page 132 of the application, there's an indication that 70% of all Temple traffic is estimated to originate in the east, yet 100% is expected to exit to the west. My understanding is that the intersection with Shales is going to become a cloverleaf type intersection. That will still include a mix of trucks going to and from the trucking station, the trucking area, to one side of the intersection. We have school bus traffic going bidirectionally through that intersection. And now on events, and particularly in the winter, we are expecting 100% of Temple traffic exiting to the west. And now I'm only envisioning 70% of that using that cloverleaf to now come back the other way, and that will then back jam up at the stoplight at Lambert. That, to me, doesn't solve anything then by having all the traffic go out to the right, to the west. I think that needs an additional look. I don't know that that has been brought up this evening as a safety concern. I certainly think it is a congestion concern, and I do not know if that area will be able to accommodate all of that traffic. I do not see any study remarks by BLA that would indicate as such. Just from a personal perspective, in the evening, I meditate on our deck from time to time, and I watch the sunset. That is the view directly off of my back deck. It's beautiful. It's always been beautiful. We, as has been mentioned, see deer going back and forth. Coyotes do their cry every night in the evening, same time, about give or take. But, you know, in reviewing this application, which I've now read cover to cover 4 times, there are things mentioned in that application that I also have not heard discussed in any capacity at the Q&A or tonight. My view of the sunset is going to be replaced with the through-window view of a 1,500 square foot golf simulator. I do not know what aspect of a condo requires a 1,500 square foot golf simulator, a 5,500 square foot dining hall, which to me is bordering on commercial. And if it is in fact going to be used for commercial, like the party room on the 4th floor that will become available for rent, how is that not a commercial endeavor? And who is receiving the funds from this if it is for the condo? Is that going to be received by the OMIA group? I'm curious as to this, the disposal of these funds. Will that banquet hall be a rentable facility? If it is, based on the size, accommodating 214 people, is that limited to the temple? I would have to say it can't even be used by the temple, because that would make that condo a religious mixed-use facility. So there are some points of clarification, I think, just due to the size of the amenities within that building that warrant some further explanation. But, you know, again, in the interest of safety for everyone in this room, I think that traffic phenomenon needs to be resolved to some capacity. That is all. Thank you. Actually, you know what? I did want to also mention that I do think it is important to speak about that tree stand to the northeast. That is an incredibly dense tree stand. There are a number of dead trees in there. It's an old tree stand. But the tree preservation map that was provided only indicates saving 3 of those trees. There have to be north of 200. I'm guessing that just based on the radius of those trees, that's why so many were not mentioned. But that is a natural part of the area that absorbs a huge amount of water. Something that I did not see included in the floodplain plan and what have you is when it is winter and we have a parking lot the size of a Walmart, having piles of snow pushed to the periphery so that we can have the parking volume that is required, where does all that snow melt off go to? Where does it run off to? It runs off the parking lots into the grass, where there won't be any trees left except for new 5-foot trees in the majority of areas. And so that's a bit concerning to me too, and I have not heard that addressed yet, how to go about doing that. Not to mention the salt runoff as well. That is all. Thank you very much, Commissioners.
Thank you. Lindsay at 1736 Pin Oak.
Hello, my name is Lindsay Mann, LINDSAYMAHON. I'm not going to talk about traffic because I think we've covered most of that. So we heard a little bit earlier about the history of Elgin. I can't remember the gentleman's name, but he did a great job kind of explaining the history of Elgin. I have something else to share about Elgin. We have a very rich history. I have personally found historical items in that field. I have found 2 historical lead projectiles that were discovered years before you purchased the land, so no worries on trespassing. A spherical lead ball. I've got them here if anybody wants to see them later. I will not let you touch them. And also a conical grooved lead bullet, which matches the design of a mini ball, which was heavily used during the American Civil War. The discovery of both of these types of ammunition represent 2 distinct eras of military use, which strongly suggests that this land may hold historical value, which we will lose when this is dug up if we don't do our due diligence. And we need an archaeological review. The presence of these objects suggests that the site may have served one or more of the following purposes. It could have been a 19th century military training ground. It could have been a Civil War era mustering or drilling field. Elgin is rich in history. If you've never been to the Elgin Historical Museum, you need to go. You need to visit there. It's an amazing place, and they have a lot of great information. The other thing is that the region played quite a large role during the Black Hawk War of 1832. That was a conflict between Native American tribes, which, again, very important to our history, and the United States militia forces. So these items could be very important to that. These discoveries support the notion that the site may have been used for military training, encampments, ceremonial firearm discharges during commemorative events in the later years of these events. The occurrence that both of these items have been found in this area mean that there was definitely some activity during the early frontier period or during the Civil War. To determine the full historical and archaeological significance of these artifacts, I strongly recommend that the following organizations and governmental bodies be contacted and initiate review and preservation protocols. I can give this list later if anybody wants to ask me later. I'm not going to read through them all, but there are universities that will do these types of archaeological studies free of charge. They just want to know what our history looks like. But given the nature and the type of these historical projectiles that I personally found, and the potential for additional artifacts to be discovered, I respectfully request that a temporary pause be placed on any construction, grading, or land disturbance activities until a formal archaeological study is conducted. This request is made in the interest of historical preservation, compliance with state and federal regulations, and community transparency regarding potential impacts on culturally or historically sensitive land. This is really intended for your review, but I truly believe that there is more history in that land. I have found also very, very large aquatic fossils. That land was underwater millions and millions of years ago, And when we start to destroy it and we don't do that type of investigation and that type of due diligence, we are losing our history. I fully respect your history, your faith, but I also respect my history and my faith. Thank you.
Thank you. Someone at 417 Blue Heron, Amitab?
Okay, good evening, Commission. My name is Amitabh Mittal, A-M-I-T-A-B-H, last name Mittal, M-I-T-T-A-L. I'm a resident of this area for the past 22 years. Live originally on Lambert, which has been mentioned multiple times today, and moved recently to the other side. It still remains to be Bartlett, but you know, my phone signal says I'm in Elgin all the time since I moved here. I'm the fourth child, you know, number 4 in the family. Before I came, there were 3 other kids, and I didn't realize what a youngest kid had to go through. When my elder sister told me when she came to visit me, she would pinch me. You know, he's going to take a room. He's going to come and take my room. And I'm going to mention, you know, there's a lot of tension where this development is coming. It's going to get rid of deers. It's going to get rid of coyotes. I think Oak Ridges was built less than 14 years ago. What was there before? There were coyotes, there were deers, there were probably some more bullets there. And I just speak passionately about my community wherever we move in the world. The rule is to make the area wherever we go much better when we come in there. So it's very emotional to see the objections coming from a community that is just 14 years ago was none there. There were land, there were grass, there were deer probably roaming there. What happened to all those deers when the Oak Ridges was built or Sherwood Oak was built? My cousin moved to Naperville 40 years ago, and my dad would say, why is he going to live in the jungles? Who lives in Naperville? 40 years ago, it was a jungle. When people moved to Schaumburg, Motorola came and built the factory or an office. I said, why are you going to Schaumburg? Who lives there? Muffet Bay is there. Why would you go to Schaumburg? What's there? And I say, our community moved in there today. People talk about Naperville as an ideal community, as a growth pattern that comes with this community that is coming here requesting you a peaceful place. And I just urge the people who are opposing it, this development, give peace a chance. Let this development happen, and in not in the distant future, you will be so glad that you allowed this development to happen. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm pleased to say we have the other Sylvia Young, 855 Oak Ridge Boulevard. Thank you for being so patient.
My name is Sylvia Young, Y-O-U-N-G. Good evening, my name is Sylvia Young, and I'm an Elgin resident at 855 Oak Ridge Community since 2013. Regarding the zoning petition, let the record show that I am opposed of the rezoning the property. The reasons I am opposed of the rezoning, besides the obvious traffic problems into the one entrance of our community, are environmental ones. First, I want to mention that I attended the Q&A from last week, and I specifically asked if the trees that buffer between Oak Ridge and the new lot were going to stay. The lawyer answered that it would. But according to the report on page 56, it mentions that of the 298 trees that have been graded healthy in the same report, only 16 will stay, and the rest will be cut down. Also different from what earlier Mr. Hannon, I believe, mentioned earlier,
And you can see on his conclusion slide, the picture of the tree lines that we have. So Oak Ridge has tree lines against that lot, but I live on the other side that has tree lines against Sherwood Oaks. And it was, when they built there, the tree lines had to stay because they wanted the buffer between. If we put fences around the whole temple, you're cutting off any way that any animals can get through anyway. So because they go through Sherwood Oaks, they come through us, they go through the field. The other concern for us is the endangered species. In the EcoCat report that was in there, they mentioned the osprey, rusty patch bumblebee, and the northern long-eared bat, which is federally and state listed as endangered. They are known to roost in trees. So if they cut down the trees, we're cutting down their habitat. I know personally that I've seen northern long-eared bat in our neighborhood, as I see them in my backyard in the tree line. Because of that, the tree line of the small ecosystem should be saved. Their proposal of cutting so many trees and building a 6-foot wall will only have a negative impact on any endangered species. The petitioner earlier mentioned that the meaning of their temple means Mother Nature. So I ask this council, please take into account what this will do to our nature. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Lepresti, 946 Oak Ridge.
Hello, my name is Mike Lepresti, L-O-P-R-E-S-T-I. I live at 946 Oak Ridge Boulevard. It's actually right on the end near the entrance to Route 20. Somebody earlier said that they can see the accidents from their home. I just want to tell you guys, I could see the accidents from my home, and I could also see the crosses that are there after the fatalities that happen in this area of 20 that's under question right now. Also, I wanted to touch base on the Hindu New Year. Forgive my ignorance, but how do you pronounce it? Diwali? And that consists, it's based on like the lunar calendar, the moon phase, but I believe it lasts 5 days. It's not one day. Is that a correct statement, or?
We're not doing questions, so if you could
Okay.
direct those to the Planning and Zoning
Okay.
Commission, we'll keep
As far
track
as
of those
I
and we'll come back
understand it,
to
it's a 5-day thing. My best friend Nan Paul, when he got married, it was a 3-day event. That's something that needs to be taken into consideration. I don't want to get into the traffic thing too much because I think that it's been well covered. But I just want to compare basically the area of, let's see, Route 59 to Shales Parkway on Route 20. I think it's very similar to the Elgin O'Hare Expressway, Route 390, in the fact that, it started at, 390 started at Route 20, and then it used to end at Thorndale at a stoplight, right? That area has exits and on-ramps and frontage roads for people to get off of to go to those residential neighborhoods. If you look at like 20 from 59 all the way to Randall Road, there's Oak Ridge is pretty much like the only community that's built right off of Route 20. When you get further west from Lake Shales, there's exits to get onto 25, onto 31, onto McLean, to make it safer for drivers, people to get in and out of driving to wherever they're going, instead of just being directly off of there. I mean, can you imagine if they built communities right off of the Elgin O'Hare without a entrance or an exit ramp or a frontage road? It would be extremely dangerous, right? Our neighborhood is already extremely dangerous. And, it was mentioned that a lot of this traffic going to the proposed development is going to be coming from the east and then required to travel east. what is that going to do to the rest of the neighborhoods that are surrounding our area? And what is that going to do to traffic? You know, and then with this proposed change in the intersection of 20 and Shales Parkway, I also want to bring up that, you know, the traffic data that was presented by the presenting council, whatever you want to call it, it didn't really touch base on like Naperville Road in 20 or Shales in 20. So there's just specifically Lambert, which we all know is treacherous. But how is the influx in traffic going to affect those other intersections? I also want to note that medical emergencies happen in people's homes. They happen in places of worship, in community centers, in rec centers, in parks. And, you know, whether there's a traffic emergency or not, the influx of traffic to our area because of the proposed development will definitely impede emergency medical services ability to access our neighborhood, not only our neighborhood, but the proposed development as well. That's really all I guess I could say. Thank you for your time and serving for the community.
Thank you. Carla Brzezinski, 843 Oak Ridge.
Hi, I'm Carla Brzezinski, K-R-L-A, Brzezinski, B-U-R-Z-Y-N-S-K-I. Good evening, my name is Carla Brzezinski. I've been a resident of Oak Ridge since 2011. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I am not in support of the rezoning proposal for 890 Galt Blvd. While we understand the applicant's desire to develop the 34-acre site with a religious facility, condo building, and townhomes, we have serious concerns about the impact on our community. I'll focus on my three key concerns: traffic, stormwater runoff, and neighborhood continuity. We've kind of touched on the traffic a lot. I'm going to try to skip past most of the traffic, but just to say the intersection of Lake and Lambert is already a horrible traffic concern, as we all know. And now anytime Lake Street gets under, because of backups, the drivers come into our subdivision trying to find a way out. And then it gets people going a little crazy and driving faster and faster through our neighborhood trying to find a way out, which creates a dangerous loop of frustrated drivers speeding around, endangering residents. We urge that any approval required an additional separate exit and also a robust traffic mitigation plan, such as double dedicated turn lanes, improved signals, or extended green light time at Lake and Lambert. Our goal is to ensure that this project doesn't overwhelm local roads or compromise emergency access. Water drainage. We're very worried about the stormwater runoff. The plan has proposed has some inconsistencies in regards to the terminology of detention pond versus wet retention pond. Right now, currently the rainwater runs through our yards and into the detention pond that is part of the Oak Ridge subdivision, which slowly dissipates the water in a short time period. We ask that the commission scrutinize the proposed basin plans currently designed to require that it eliminate any new potential flooding risk within our subdivision. Oak Ridge and Sherwood Oaks are peaceful, established single-family home neighborhoods with some premium townhomes in Oak Ridge. This proposal would add a 4-story, 81-unit condo building and 38 townhomes, introducing a very different character. The wording multi-family building and campus makes this sound more like a compound as opposed to a community. With questionable floor plans, for example, the townhomes, the interior townhomes have no windows in the kitchens or the living areas. I'm worried that this will lower the property value and disturb our community. A 150-foot religious facility and a tall condo building would overshadow our homes. The plan calls for removing 273 mature trees and replacing them with small 5-foot saplings, which will permanently downgrade our neighborhood's aesthetics, value, and the natural environment that currently exists. Our community is not opposed to development. We simply want something that fits with the current neighborhood. We would prefer single-family homes and premium townhomes consistent with the quality and look of Oak Ridge and Sherwood Oaks today. If the land were developed in this way, it would blend in and generate much less traffic. We also recognize some of the land is currently zoned industrial, and an office or light business would have limited traffic impacts. We should have a voice in what becomes part of our community, and that voice is saying, please do not approve the rezoning proposal as it is currently written. In conclusion, we respectfully ask you to ensure the traffic infrastructure can handle the load, guarantee stormwater won't harm existing homes, and consider adjusting the plan's density and layout to keep the continuity of our neighborhood a safe and welcoming one. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Peggy at 140 Will Scarlett. No, okay. That's true. Commissioner Jones just reminded me there are some open seats up here in the front if people want to move up. Certainly feel free to do so. The next name, I believe, is Kurt at the same address, 140.
Good evening, I'm Kurt Sikora, S-I-K-O-R-A. I've lived in Sherwood Oaks about 38 years. The concern I have about this property is it seems to be that it's going to become a compound, a religious compound, and by which they will be able to subvert the property taxes. And then Elgin will get nothing to support police protection, fire protection. Cook County will get nothing. The school district will get nothing because it's they'll have a religious exemption. That's all I need to say. Thank you.
Thank you. James at 139 Will Scarlett. Pass, okay, thank you. Looks like the last name is Hay, H-A-Y-E, at 992 Oak Ridge. Pass. We're going through the list. Okay, we will certainly get to you, sir. Catherine Thompson at 981 Oak Ridge. Carl Kruger at 981 Oak Ridge. Kayan at 128 Allerton Drive.
Good evening, sir. My name is Kalyan Medikundam, Kalyan Medikundam. I request the committee here to approve this project. So far, what we have heard is a very genuine concern, but they are all addressed by the professionals who did the study. Right? This is a very peaceful community, and allowing this project to go on will really add value to Elgin. Elgin is a very great city with a very great architecture. This temple, with so much of good architecture in that, will add more value to this. So all the concerns what we heard are genuine, but they're all addressed by the technical people. So please consider that and allow this project to go on. Thank you. And one other thing, so far one of the person has commented that, I mean, I don't want to repeat, but that's not what it is, right? This is a peaceful community, it's a Hindu community, you know what it is, so please allow this project to go on. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, Leslie Kleiner at 871 Oak Ridge.
Hello, my name's Leslie Kleiner, Kleiner, and I agree with many of the points that my neighbors have made. But the one thing is interesting. I was concerned also very much about the exit an entrance in case of fire. And they showed by the end of the subdivision by Pin Oak and Beach. I actually went to the fire station, which is Station 5 that handles that, and I asked them if they had ever seen any plans of this project, to which the fire chief said, nope, have not seen it. But he did indicate to me that on the west side of Elgin, a very similar project was proposed, and it was fought also. And I'm just very concerned about that for fire safety, in addition to everything about the traffic. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Siddiqui at 862 Oak Ridge.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Siddiqui, S-A-R-A-H, last name Siddiqui, S-I-D-D-I-Q-U-I. I currently live at Oak Ridge Community. I've been living here for 19 years. I was an original owner, and let the record show that regarding the current petition, I am not in support of rezoning the property at the entrance of my subdivision. There's lots of concerns, but traffic is the biggest one, and I know other people were skipping over it, but I want to talk a little bit more about traffic. Oak Ridge is landlocked and has no outlet other than Hilliard Road. Hilliard should not be considered a road because it's more of a byway that connects our neighborhood to Lake Street. It's just the entrance to our neighborhood. It can't handle the traffic or the load of such a large institution. It'll have large waves of traffic that exit into our exit, which seems like impossible for us to leave. The applicant proposes that all traffic coming from the development will be making a right onto the byway, Hilliard, and then only a right turn onto Lake Street, which means going west, and then they exit. The applicant also indicates that 70% of their visitors originate from the east and need to return to the east. The applicant also states that 60% of their residents will probably need to reroute to travel east on Lake Street as well. All of these people will not only be looking for intersections to make U-turns at, creating a danger on Lake Street, but also will be rerouted back to the traffic light at Lambert and Lake, which is a high critical safety tier. Even if our residents are given the right of way to exit, only 4 cars would probably fit where Galt comes into Hilliard. It's not a huge road. It's still just a byway. Sorry. I also would like to add that the stop sign that leads to Lake Street, which we all know is an extremely busy highway, it's often shut down due to traffic. So Lake Street is often shut down due to traffic accidents. As a matter of fact, there was a shutdown this afternoon at Naperville Road and Lake Street, which is the next light going east on Lake. The area of Oak Ridge's exit and entrance is directly between Lambert and Lake Street and Shales Parkway and Lake Street, and both of these intersections are considered at a critical safety tier by IDOT, which is the highest tier for danger any intersection can have. So we're sandwiched between those two intersections, and this is where we're adding more traffic coming out of our intersection. Saying this, our only entrance from going east on Lake Street is at Lambert and Lake Street. Again, this intersection is at a critical safety tier and currently has a traffic light knocked over from the last accident by a semi-truck. So even if you pass our neighborhood and you see Lambert and Lake, we have no traffic light. We have one of those like ones that they wheeled in because it's been knocked out by a semi. We need you to consider safety and danger that comes from the over-congestion of traffic in this area. We're worried for our families and our community. We're worried about situations that may require emergency vehicles to not be able to come into our neighborhood or even leave our neighborhood with an ambulance. We're also worried about being delayed in entering or exiting our community due to a community larger than ours that'll be using our small entrance as a roadway. Buildings that have waves of hundreds and thousands of visitors do not and should not exit into other exits. They should have their own exit onto a major road. For a property development of this magnitude, it's impossible to come up with a safe plan for entering or exiting due to the critical tiers of traffic on Lake Street. Please vote no to allow the rezoning of this property. A development with waves of hundreds to thousands of visitors adding to the congestion on Lake Street and blocking our neighborhood traffic cannot logistically work in this space due to the infrastructure of our landlocked neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, I've given a couple tries to read this here. Cameroon, 1345 Robin Hood.
I'll be brief. My name's Donna Cameron, Cameron. And just listening to all of this, obviously, I agree with absolutely all the opposition. I don't oppose the community that you guys are talking about. I oppose where you want to put it. That's the problem that I see. It's not about, are you peaceful or not? You're a peaceful community. Great. Fantastic. It sounds wonderful. It's where you're trying to locate it is the big problem. It affects all of these people who have been here a long time and have enjoyed the peaceful tranquility. Not a lot of light. We have very beautiful night skies. That will change. The traffic is unbelievable what's going to happen. It's already unbelievable. And to add this kind of community it's not about the peacefulness. I keep hearing, well, we're so peaceful. You are a benefit. Oh, you are a benefit, but put yourselves where you have the space, the room, and the access points to wonderfully do what you do, which is wonderful. We're not questioning that. I don't hear that in anybody that is opposing this. It's not about what you are and everything. It's about where you're trying to squeeze it into a property that has to take a bunch of different zoning regulations and adjust them and squeeze them and twist and turn them in order to fit. It's obvious to a lot of us that doesn't make sense. It changes both of our communities and makes the whole thing more dangerous and everything. It's not about, once again, it's not about your community. It's about where you're trying to put it. That's all I want to say.
And thank you. Donna, is your spouse here by chance? Is his name start with A? Yes. Get a pass. Okay. Corey Williams, 988 Oak Ridge. No Corey? All right. Jayan at 1935 Bridlewood. Last name looks like Bukka. He's not here. Okay, thank you. Lakshmi at 257 Hanbury Drive. Not here, okay? No idea who that one is. Catherine Pagura, 72 Sherwood Road. Again, Catherine. No? Rennis Barrett at 1222 Robin Hood. No? Pass? Okay. Hari Priya at 2 Beacon Hill.
Good evening. I wouldn't repeat much, but I have one thing to be reminded.
And ma'am, I'm sorry.
This parcel of the
Ma'am,
land.
can we get you to say your name, spell it, please, and then
Yes,
tell us your
H
thoughts?
as in Henry, A as in Alpha, R as in Richard, I as in India, P as in Peter, R as in Richard, I as in India, Y as in yellow, A as in Alpha. It has all 26 letters. Okay.
And last name as well as?
Medikundam, Medikundam. Yeah, thank you. So I was part of hearing, and I'm a resident of Elgin myself. I had been here for almost 17 to 18 years right now, And the parcel of the land where this temple is being proposed, it is an industrial zoning area. That means this is not a forest preserve where, people get like view of animals or anything. So if there was an industry or if there is something which is going to come up, then regardless of the use, there might be an operations which would warrant the trucks to come in and go, right? So I don't see much of a difference requesting for the rezoning. So I submit humbly that this temple should be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. And Maliata, same last name.
Good evening. My last name Medikundam. My name is Maliata Medikundam, and I'm 16 years old. As a student deeply committed to civic engagement and inclusive community building, I'm here today to speak in strong support of the proposal to build a Hindu temple in our local area. This proposed temple is more than just a physical space for prayer. It represents various religious and cultural traditions and stands as a place for unity. Furthermore, temples guide Hindu youth to follow righteous paths and contribute to the betterment of society. The Hindu community, like many minority communities across the U.S., seek a peaceful and respectful place to worship and gather. Elgin and the surrounding areas are home to a growing number of Hindu families, yet there are only a limited number of Hindu temples in the region, certainly not enough to fully serve the spiritual and community needs of this population. Hindu temples serve as a place for youth to find guidance and peace, and are a vital pillar of the Hindu religion. Prohibiting the building of places of worship for religious minorities would contribute to the creation of atmospheres for discrimination and hate, and it saddens me to say we have witnessed such instances here tonight. As a young person who hopes to live in a society that respects diversity, not just in theory, but in practice, I urge you to consider what kind of message we want to send to current and future generations. What will it say about our community if we turn away families who simply want to pray, celebrate festivals, and pass on long-standing, peaceful traditions? Approving this temple is not just a gesture of tolerance. It's a statement that we value all our neighbors. And for students like me who are growing up as religious minorities, it's an affirmation that we all belong. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got Barbara at 971 Oak Ridge.
My name is Barbara, last name Contorno, Contorno. I had so much more I wanted to say, but it's all been said, except for I think we're losing the point of this meeting. It's been a very educational meeting, hearing all kinds of things. I appreciate what the young girl right before me just said, but this is about zoning and the size and the all of the variances they want. Why do zoning committees give variances? They give variances if there's going to be an undue hardship maybe for something, and they give variances to fulfill community goals and to preserve aspects of the community. In this development, I think one of the things was you guys would allow for 54,000 square feet and they want 240. There's a setback of 94 something feet, and you guys are you would allow for 32. I think that backs up to my house. I've been living in Oak Ridge for 18 years, and I happen to be one of the places that would look right into that. All the privacy, looking up at the lights and 150-story buildings that don't fit in there. They wouldn't need all of these size variances if they fit in the plot that they want to build all of their community in. And again, the traffic. You can look at the IDOT things, you can do all that. I implore any of you who are sitting here, go drive through there a few times and try and get in and out and watch the trucks come flying off of Lake Street. You're trying to make a turn into Lambert Lane. You have to wait, forget the arrow, you have to wait till the light is red practically and one car can go because the trucks are barreling it over and cars aren't stopping. more police there. Start arresting those people for breaking the traffic things. But it's a scary thought. We were sitting in this room, I heard, I don't know your name, 5 times you talking about safety in this little room. Everybody stay out of the doorway. But we're walking. These are cars going 50, 60,000 or 50 miles an hour, 60 miles an hour, and we're adding all these thousands and thousands of people coming in there. It'll take us an hour to get in and out of our community every day. So anyway, I hope this doesn't pass, and that I hope that they build what they want to build, but build it in a plot that fits what they want to do and doesn't destroy what our community's built up for over 20 years.
Thank you. Susan Abraham, 835, you got a wave, all right. And Thomas Abraham as well?
Abraham, A-B-R-A-H-A-M. And just to focus again on the traffic, some of the other churches that were mentioned, how they shared the communities, they all have one thing we don't have, another exit. And we need another exit. We're not going to get one. And we learned tonight we're going to have to wait longer to get out on Lake Street for that left turn because they're going to give Lake more green lights. We don't know the impact of the gas station that's already been approved yet. And that's going to exit on Lambert and use that stoplight. So it's hard to get out.
Thank you. Krishna Patel, 15751 Scotts Glen. I'm sorry, I cannot read this next name, but they live at 1818 Joliet Street West. Next, pass, okay. I'm sorry, thank you. Yash Patel? Pass, okay. Ayushi Patel? Pass. Looks like Twinkle Patel?
Hello, sorry. My name is Twinkle Patel, first name Twinkal, last name Patel. While I understand the opposition, them saying that they're fine with the temple being built, but they want a different zone, I also want you guys to understand that this is where it's like a home for us. Basically, it's where we're trying to build a community, and basically, it's like a place we come together. I understand what you guys mean by saying this is not an educational meeting, but we would also expect some respect too from our side. This is a place where we connect and where we build a home. So I don't have much to say, but basically just I would request that this would get approved. But yeah, and some respect, please. Thank you.
All right, Dave Patel, 18238 South Pass, thank you. Have Arnold at 1221 Robin Hood. Arnie's gone, all right. I think that's the second time I said Arnold before I said James, and apparently it was Jim, so. All right, we've got Lynn Hutchins, 831 Oak Ridge. Here we go.
Lynn Hutchins, Hutchins. I apologize, I'm going to talk traffic. The one thing I have not heard is what impact it's going to be coming from the east to the west, because it's only a 2-lane street. You're coming off of a blind curve heading into Lambert. which is part of what causes a lot of these accidents. How is a number of cars lining up to get into either Lambert or farther down into Hilliard? Where are they going to sit? They're going to sit in the right lane. Now you're blocking the right lane for who knows how long. There is a small right turn lane into Lambert and also into Hilliard, but it's only like 2 car lengths long. So where are the cars going to sit? It's just going to impact traffic even more. And one thing that everybody has said is the intersection is very dangerous. You've got people coming around that blind curve. I have watched a neighbor almost get T-boned because the person came too fast and ran through a red light. Coming the other way, you've got the people coming off of that hill, especially the trucks. They don't want to slow down. I've watched numerous times sitting there waiting to turn when these cars just roll right through the red lights and the trucks. Trucks cannot stop on a dime. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Alan Cruzon, 959 Oak Ridge.
Good evening. My name is Alan, A-L-A-N, Cruzan, C-R-U-Z-A-N. I'm at 959 Oak Ridge. I have no problems with the concept of what's being proposed. What I have a problem with is the old proverbial, we're putting 10 pounds of potatoes in a 5-pound sack. And we're asking for a whole lot of variances to do that. And that's what I'm opposed to. So Mr. Bezos, in his comments, he says that all residents have expressed opposition to the industrial use of this property and support a mixed-use religious residential development. Just want to reiterate again, it's been said, this is absolutely not true. That is not the case. So I am in land development. I've been in land development for over 30 years. So when I purchased my townhouse, which directly abuts this property and will be looking into the backyard of the proposed townhouses, before I did so, I know something's going to be built there someday. I know how this works. But I did great care to do some homework, and the current plat, which I think you'll find on page 26 of the submittal, there is a 100-foot open space easement currently platted that was to provide space for the current GI zoning between Oak Ridge and the development. I understand the petitioner wants to vacate this plat at some point. In my experience over the years, developers don't provide open space easements out of the kindness of their heart. So I'm guessing at some point the city of Elgin got involved and said, this is what you need to do to provide some sort of a nice community buffering effect. And so the applicant is proposing to not only remove the 100-foot open space easement, but put townhomes closer than the actual setback allowances. What am I hearing, 30 to 40 feet? And then also the engineer had stated that we have this beautiful line of trees that we're going to preserve. That would be great because these are beautiful trees, yes. However, what he's not taking into consideration is the fact that they're proposing a 6-foot wood fence. In order to construct the 6-foot wood fence, you would have to take down all those trees. So which is it? Are we going to have the trees? Or are we going to have the wood fence? So I think that all needs to be taken into consideration. And at a minimum, allow some sort of a buffer between where we start the 125-foot condominium lots. And so I think in conclusion then, what I had to say was that the applicant states that the proposed mixed-use residential and religious development is far more compatible with nearby residential uses. But really, this isn't true. The mixed-use residential would have, the mixed-use industrial, I should say, would have far lower building density. It would likely have little or no evening or weekend activity, whereas the Temple proposes 7-day-a-week activity. And the industrial use would likely not propose a 12-story tower. And lastly, the mixed-use industrial would be bound by well, we would hopefully would be bound by some sort of a green space. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jeremy Carlson at 816 Beach. All right. All right, so Jessica Astrug, that's what I thought. I recognize those names now. Nivav Patel at 2720 Gingerwood Drive.
My name is Nirav Patel, N-I-R-A-V, last name Patel, P-A-T-E-L. I'm a local business owner. I'm afraid now I don't want to give the address of my business because a lot of community members are here. Their concern is right. There is a lot of traffic in that area. One way the city has to think about something too. Just to let you know that in the winter time, we don't have that many activity. Just to assure you, if there is a snow or something, we never had a temple program or anything. We do cancel those. Second thing, the big program we are talking about, the 1,000 and 2,000 people, there is hardly few. There is a 5 days of Diwali, but we only celebrate one day because we live in America, and only a weekend will be the available. We are available to go to the temple. So mostly the use is on the weekend, not on the weekdays. You might not gonna see many days anybody at the temple beside the priest and 3 or 4 members there. So we want to come to the community. There is somebody else gonna come. If not us, then somebody else gonna come, and the same story gonna repeat. This is a big lot of the property, and everybody has to understand there's something gonna be happen one day over there, or maybe city decide and they can build a park over there, and then nobody will come. Again, the park will be. There will be park built, and then people will come over there again to see the park, and the traffic issue will be there. Still, we have a big team of the volunteer. Our team is good enough that a lot of temples around the area, they are also asking our help, and we go there and help them in the parking and the traffic management. Even some of the local police officers, they are very good to know us, a few of our members, and we are always there to work with them in the city and help them to traffic movement if there is any kind of religious related event in other temples. So I am urging the community to rethink about what you guys are proposed. We understand your concern, and that will be everybody's concern in this area, not only yours. Again, city might has to help us, and emergency reason. Do believe our police officers and the firemen. They knows where to find the way. They knows where to go, and they know what to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Mylat.
Yeah, I just want to, as a friendly reminder, the purpose of public comment is to make your comments to the Planning and Zoning Commission, and we don't want to get down that slippery slope of engaging each other in the audience, please. So if you would be kind enough to direct your comments to the Planning and Zoning Commission, please.
Just to check, side note here for everyone, I'm sorry, I'm just going to talk a little air handling. It sounds like the unit's shut off. Do we have to be mindful of that for anything?
I tried to warm it up in here because I had several people say that it was getting exceptionally cold.
All right. Just when it gets quiet, I want to make sure we're still doing air changes and all that stuff. So, okay. All right. All right. So thank you, everyone, for that quick side note. And I should also say thank you for, ever since I, in a sense, chided the group for being on your best behavior. I truly do appreciate that. We've been able to hear everyone, so I'm very thankful for all of you who have done that. All right, next name on the list is Shriddar Damli in Villa Park. He left. Probably good because he would be upset how I pronounced his name. Michelle Bach, 1006 Biltmore Drive.
All right, we've been waiting a while to talk, so I am here this evening. I am a member of the Castle Creek. Can you hear me? Oh, I'm sorry. My name's Michelle Bach, B-A-C-H. Okay, I live in the Castle Creek community, which also uses Route 20 in Lambert. We've spoken a lot about the north side where this development will be built. So I'm a 20-year resident of Castle Creek. I'm an original owner who built there. I have since moved my aging parents who are in the audience into the Oak Ridge community to have them close to me. So all I have to do is make the light to get to them at their ranch townhome. Oftentimes that light is problematic. Well, every day that light is problematic, okay? I'm here to talk about the safety. This has nothing to do with racism or hate of any type that has been implied by some speakers. Has nothing to do with that. I fully support this religion, right? And I support the peaceful intentions of this religion. There is no peace in traveling on Route 20 between Naperville Road and Shales Parkway, right? I have been closely advocating for safety for this community. I have a 16-year-old and a 17-and-a-half-year-old that I just had to learn to drive this stretch of road to enter and exit our community, right? It's a death trap. It is. Route 20, right now, as we know, IDOT has been working on a multi-year planning to revise Route 20 at the Shales intersection. I have been part of these public meetings that I've attended. I attended the meeting in November 2022. I attended the most recent meeting, April 30th, 2025. Some of those changes about the protected intersection, the protected green light, I believe are due to me being so passionate around the safety here. This protected light, the no turn unless it's a turn arrow, is not going to help us at that intersection. Sure, it'll give us some help, right? But it is still going to be a problem. We are going to be further backed up, right? Now I'm on, like I said, I'm on the south side of Route 20 in Lambert, in Castle Creek. We have the two trucking companies, Estes, which was there, and the MSD, which our city council approved that to go in. So we have to fight with trucks to exit our community. Now, this land, right, where the petitioner is seeking to build, it is zoned industrial. I live at the corner where we have industrial, right, with Estes. We have MSD trucking. If you go further south on Lambert at Spalding, we have a whole bunch of industrial along Spalding, right, which is partially Spalding, or between Lambert and Gifford on Spalding is also Elgin. There's all kinds of things that are using that intersection, okay? It is one thing to get stuck behind a semi-truck, which is a problem. I'm not going to say it's not, but we only have maybe one or two semi-trucks going out at a time versus the hundreds up to thousands of cars that will be using this intersection. My fear is when Route 20, or when IDOT changes Route 20, we are no longer going to have a stoplight at Shales any longer, right? Route 20 is going to be rebuilt going over Shales. Any of you are all part of City of Elgin, so I believe you've driven that road. Traffic is flying, right? They are going well over 50 miles an hour. We are sitting ducks at that intersection. They do not stop now when there's already a stoplight at Shales, which is a slow point, right? If you get that light, then you come over the bridge and then you're at Shales. When that is gone, they are not going to want to stop. They're not going to be able to stop when all of a sudden they approach our Lambert intersection, okay? So there are going to be more safety issues. That the traffic planner said, oh, we can support this. Any of us who live there and have lived there, it is not going to be safe. right? So for this community to say, we want to come in and have a nice, peaceful environment, you know what? We appreciate that and we respect this, but there is no peace in deadly accidents at that intersection that I believe will be even increased when we go through this Route 20 Shales project. How are our first responders going to get to us when that whole intersection and that stretch of road is under construction, right? So I just don't think it's the right place to build this. I support that community, but this area of this residential is not right. And we should not be making all of these exceptions, which are frankly laughable when we look at that and we see the significant differences that they are requesting. That should not be approved. For these reasons, I urge you to support your taxpayers, right? Our constituents who have been residents here. Do not allow this to go on. Do not allow us to see more deaths at our intersection than we've already seen over the 20 years that I've lived there. We don't want our members to be impacted. We don't want their members to be impacted. Please, I urge you, oppose this. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert and Susan Moore at 972 Oak Ridge Boulevard.
It's going to take me a little longer than most.
Take your time, sir.
Hello, my name is Robert Moore, M-O-H-R. That was my daughter. We moved into the Oak Ridge neighborhood 3 years ago. My daughter told us what a nice, peaceful neighborhood. We had a nice ice house in Elk Grove Village where we raised our family for 47 years, but we were looking to get closer to my daughter and my grandchildren. And she said, come take a look at this beautiful townhouse. We did. We were lucky enough to be able to purchase it. We've lived there for 3 years. We love the community. We love the peacefulness. And as she said, we have nothing at all against the Hindu religion or any other religion. But the traffic, as it's been reiterated, that I'm not going to read all this that I have written down here, but with the construction of the highway and all the heavy equipment that it's going to require, the bulldozers, the pile drivers, the cement trucks, plus if this development does go in, they're going to have the same heavy equipment, and that's only going to make matters much more worse than we already have. So therefore, I hope that you reject the plans that they propose. Yeah? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Robert Bach. Thank you. Bill Zalewski, 80 Main Street, Lamont. Pass. We've got someone going by the name of Dr. Dan and K. Patty Cronin, 824 Beach.
She's gonna have to pass. I'm her husband. Can I take a spot?
Fine, but you have to deal with her later.
I have been thankfully dealing with her for 24 years.
It's at your own risk.
Understood. She's
All
little
right.
and hits hard. My name is Michael Cronin, C-R-O-N-I-N. I live at 824 Beach Drive. It's the corner of Beach and Persimmon. It's right here. And just to enlighten the commission, the board, when I walked in 2006 and I built this house. And
Sir, we got to have you stay at the mic so
sorry.
not only we can hear you, but people at home can hear you too.
Okay, sorry, I'm new to this. 2006, there was a big U.S. shelter, had a house that had the whole layout, whole map, everything that everybody that was going to be building and moving into, you know, we picked out our lots.
I was the original Phase 2 person on that end of the cul-de-sac. I raised a family there. I have 2 college kids. We've been there since '06. 08 happened. I'm sure everybody here knows what happened in '08. Our builder never got to finish Phase 3, which is currently where this new project is, asking to be built on. There was supposed to be more townhomes north of Persimmon. I was told, and I'm learning throughout this process, I was told nobody could ever build behind me because that was protected. I'm guessing, or I'm learning that's not the case. Maybe U.S. Shelter was referring to that order from 1960 or whatever the court was. I'm not sure. But I picked that lot out. I have a very nice view for selfish reasons. I have a great view, and if we're gonna build an apartment complex or a condo, I'm not gonna have any sunlight. I mean, I'm gonna make it quick. A lot of people have spoken, but I do hope you guys support the taxpayers that are there, the ones that have been here, since the subdivision started. This just doesn't fit. Like somebody said, 10 pounds of stuff in a 5-pound bag. Thank you.
Thank you. And you can tell Patty later that you took her spot. All right, Philip at 1700 Persimmon Lane. Okay. James Paravano at 72 Sherwood. Not here. All right, it's been about 2 hours. We want to take a 2-minute shake, or do you want to keep going? Keep going. I've got 2 more pages. There's probably 30, plus whoever didn't sign up that wants to speak. We have the potential to vote up, table, or vote down. So that is still at the discretion of the commission. And I don't want, although I'm running the meeting, I don't want to speak for the commission. 1 second. All right, just for curiosity, how many more would like to speak tonight? So 10? Sounds good.
Call a name and have the second one ready behind it.
Sounds good. Thank you for advice. Staff, as always, is very helpful in the process. All right, Zuo at 1701 Pin Oak Lane. Frank Yin at 899 Oak Ridge.
My name is Frank Yin, last name spells Y-I-N. I have a question for you, the city leaders. Initially, you presented the slides. Looks like what you required against the proposed. There's a lot of differences which are not meeting the required parameters in the early slides. So I don't know why everything, finally you said meet. That's my question, number 1. Number 2, I just want to add, lots of my fellow neighbors said everything about the traffic. I just want to add, I live there. We already have a lot of noise in my backyard. We have to wear headphones because of the Route 20 traffic. Now with added traffic in our community, and when all the cars wants to get out from the one path, one road getting out, every car will be lining on that road, idling, right? Consider the gas fumes and the noise from this added traffic. I pledge you to consider our well-being and our existing neighbors' health. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lauren Iverson. Got it. And the next will be Matthew Blvd. It's 847 Beach. He left, all right.
Okay, I hope this works right here. All right. Had a few notes. First of all, my name is Lauren Iverson, spelled Lorne. Last name is Iverson, Iverson. Live at 1714 Belcourt Lane in Elgin, Illinois. It's in the Castle Creek subdivision, as was shown earlier. We're on the other side of the street, so to speak. I'm just a humble homeowner, right? I don't have resumes of understanding of traffic or of building codes or anything else like this. I have a common sense approach. That's what I look with. My job is I work in logistics. It's not rocket science. It's just getting stuff from point A to point B as smoothly as we can. And we use a lot of common sense. Some of the things that we talked about tonight I thought was interesting. Lots of stuff talking about traffic, talking about accidents. I can speak directly to that. In my backyard, there's a pond and then there's 20. I can't tell the council how many times at night we've got red and blue lights flashing through my home because of something that happened. Whether, as was talked about earlier, a truck took out our stop sign. It's still not been replaced, and there's trees missing because the truck took out trees. Thankfully, there was no car there that was impacted by the out-of-control truck. If we have more traffic, more possibility of incidences and issues. The questions have been discussed about increasing traffic times, putting on different lights. Those only work if people obey the rules. I myself have almost been hit trying to take a left out onto 20 from Lambert, from my home neighborhood. And I had the green arrow. I had the authority to go. I started to go out, and a dump truck just about took me out because it didn't stop with no repercussion, no accountability. That's part of the problem. And if we have more people, it's part of the issue. Now, what I'm talking about here, to me, is common sense. It has nothing to do with religion, has nothing to do with faith. I personally am a man of faith myself. And I believe in America that has great open arms for all faiths, equally. So I'm good for that. My question is the logistics, the infrastructure. Can we handle what we want to do? And that is where I see the lacking. I look at the amount of the accommodations, so to speak, that were done. You look at the ratios. We're talking over 50% reduction in space accommodations to squeeze in this project. Common sense. They were there for a reason. Why do we want to cut them in half? Why do we want to cut them further than half? I don't know. I don't have a resume that says these things. I just look at it from a common sense perspective. Other questions would be a common sense approach to comparison. This new project has been compared to other large temples. For example, BAPS. BAPS has got multiple exits on multiple streets. One's on Army Trail Road and one's on 59. This project only has exit onto one street, 20. Regardless of whichever way you go, it's all in 20. Again, common sense approach. Two's better than one. Other things to look at is the idea that things are made beautiful, which that's a very subjective and opinion-based thought. Myself, I don't want to look up at a huge building that's lit up at night from my back windows. That's my version of beauty. I don't want to see that. I like the stars, I like seeing the trees. I like seeing all these things, not a lit up building, which again, some people might think that's really beautiful. For myself, I don't. It's an opinion. And again, rules work if people follow them. So these are just some of the things I don't understand. And because I don't have resumes that talk about these, I haven't gone to school for this. I work in logistics. So based on what I'm seeing And the comments that were given before about trying to squeeze 10 pounds of potatoes into a 5-pound sack seems to be an accurate description of what's happening here. So with this being said, I cannot support this project at this location. I support this project at somewhere else that's more fitting for its needs. I don't think this location fits the needs of this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Bernardo at 839 Beach.
Good evening, commissioners. I'll keep this sweet because I'm sure you're hungry just like I am. My name is Bernardo Olguin, spelled Olguin. I live at 839 Beach Drive. I've been part of the Oak Ridge community since 2007, first in the townhomes and then moving into the single-family homes. I'm a father of 3, and my biggest concern is my children. What's going to happen when the temple has one of its events, there's an accident on the main streets, and we have to use the emergency exit? All that traffic is going to flow right in front of our house, which again is very concerning with 3 young children. I agree with many of my neighbors and what they have to say, but I've yet to hear from the applicant the impact of the construction of 34 acres. Do we know the vibration levels from the machinery? Do we know the dust, debris, and soot that are going to blow in our direction? Many of our houses are a couple hundred feet away from the construction sites. So how is that going to impact us as homeowners in that community? I've yet to hear that from the applicant. And again, I'm not going to bring up the traffic, but as a runner and a frequent biker crossing Lake Street, it's like playing Frogger. People actually speed up to make that light. And I don't know if they're speeding up to try to hit me and get points or actually make the light. So again, the traffic is concerning, but I'm not going to beat a dead horse. So please consider declining the proposal. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to your decision.
Thank you. Andrew Szymanski at 895 Oak Ridge.
Hi, pass.
Pass. Arthur at 812 Beach.
Hello, my name is Arthur. Last name Mosiewski, Mosiejeewski. I live over at 812 Beach Drive. To those familiar with Oak Ridge does not have a playground for kids. I have 2 young kids, a daughter that's 2 and a son that's 5. Because we don't have a playground, we go on bike rides, walks, stuff like that. Everybody mentions how traffic is going to be, coming in and out. People are going to be looking for different options, different ways to get into the church. They're going to look for shortcuts. How does a mega church with over 1,000 cars coming in a day affect kids with bikes? What are we going to do to protect them? Thank you.
Thank you. Marlena? Pass. Komal Patel? Elizabeth Szymanski, 895.
My name is Elizabeth Szymanski. The last name is Szymanski. I think the magic word tonight is safety. All the residents, and I am one of them, living almost 20 years in Oak Ridge Subdivision, concerned about safety. Safety for us, safety for kids, safety for safety, just the word safety. And this is the word that is extremely important in America, the word safety. So please consider our safety for our subdivision, for Sherwood subdivision, for Cross Creek subdivision across the street. Please consider this word safety and make your decision upon this word. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Karen Garcia, 210 Will Scarlett. Andy Smith at 1740 Pin Oak. You may be relieved, I'm down to the last sheet. Dr. Dan and Kathy Nurnberg. They left. Allison at 568 Versailles, Bartlett. She left. Jackie Fiala. Harriet. Sorry, I can't. What's that? Shally. I'm sorry, I missed it. So is she passes, all right.
She's passing it to her husband.
Who's Mike? Who's next? That worked out quite conveniently.
Mike Shally. Mike Shally, Shally. I'd like to address life safety issues. This plan for this campus maximizes everything. All the variances maximizes parking. They minimize the ability for Elgin to provide fire protection, police protection. The roads are so narrow that the turnabouts on their drawing show that it has to be a segmented turn. I believe that the plans ought to be reviewed, pushed back, and life safety given a higher priority to the project, even sacrificing some of the other goals that they have. The congestion is just a inconvenience. Life safety is a priority. And I don't think the designers have given it the proper attention that it should. And I'd like to, can you verify that my written response has been received by the committee? It was turned in on Friday.
I don't know that we have that with us here, but I know we have all those records somewhere. All right.
What was the name again? Can you repeat it? From
Shally, Shally.
First name is Mike. Did you have further questions, sir? Because maybe we can get back to you.
No, that was a whole different set of issues that I addressed in writing.
Okay.
I am finished. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, Jack Imburgia? He left. So did Karen leave as well? Yes. Walter Wozniak at 891 Oak Ridge.
Chairman, Mr. Shaly's comments are in your packet.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So then, yes, sir, we did receive those and review those. I think I said Sandra Wozniak, so I believe we're up to Clayton Crane. Amanda Wythe. Spencer Wythe. And I'm sorry, another name I cannot quite read, but it's 962 Oak Ridge Boulevard. There's a Stephen Bowder and maybe a Karen, if you don't recognize the address. Judith Smith at 123 Will Scarlett. And Alina Lee at 121 Will Scarlett. All right, I've exhausted my sign-in sheets. Are there those of you remaining? All right, I guess seems like that number may have gone up. Why don't you go ahead and line up over here? No rush, it's not a race. First one, come on up, sir, and again, name, address.
Adam Ozogul goes Ozogul.
One second. I guess just to clarify, everyone that's coming up now has been sworn in, correct? All right. And everyone coming up again now has already not had a chance, correct? I mean, this is first time for each of you. Okay. And Mr. Milat, you were going to say something additional?
No, we still need to keep the murmurs to a dull roar, please, so that we can hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. Go ahead, sir. I apologize.
Yeah, I'm a resident to Sherwood Oaks, 210 Greenwood Drive. Yeah, I guess I have several concerns, and I want to start with this one. Applicants actually, they mentioned that the peak times, right? Like 8 times a year, some special days. Unless I missed, I don't think they mentioned any other celebrations, weddings, any other events actually that's gonna add up high traffic around the area or within the facility. That's gonna affect all the other concerns too. I guess audience over here, or especially Oak Ridge community needs to know what that peak time, peak days, peak hours are gonna look like for such events and stuff. So that should also need to be considered. The second point is, when I see this project, with the temple itself, it brings the community, right? And so the current neighborhoods, Sherwood Oaks, and I believe Oak Ridge too, diverse communities. But this project brings a specific ethnic next to those subdivisions. And another concern, but on the other hand, this is a closed area, and if needs to be expanded, when I say expanded, it provides maybe like over 100 units, townhomes and condominiums and stuff. And look at the scale of the temple, they have many more people, most possibly going to be a member of this temple and this community actually. And there's going to be more people, most possibly going to be, I mean, this community needs to be expanded, and they're going to take over neighborhoods, close by. And I guess it's going to affect, long term, it's going to affect the nature of our neighborhoods with different ethnicity. And maybe at some point I'm not going to feel that comfortable in my area actually, which I love my Sherwood Oaks area. Yeah, I mean, in the future, maybe I'm going to have, feel that I don't fit there. That's a concern for me in long term. Might not be a big thing or not for some people, but I think it's a valid concern. The last point is, I guess, if you end up approving this project, I hope it's not going to be with this solution in mind, concern all that traffic-related issues that we mentioned, and there's only one single exit to Lake Street. I hope there's not going to be an idea in mind joining or having a route through the Sherwood Oaks to allow northbound traffic to Urban Park Road, because that would definitely kill the nature of our neighborhood. I hope that's not going to be something to be considered. Thank you very much. That was all.
Thank you. I see we have people in line maybe with some mobility issues. If those of you in line are willing to expedite, or if not, just keep coming on up. All right. All right, ma'am, welcome again. State your name, spell it.
My name is Charlotte Miller, Miller, just like the beer we're all ready for. And I'm at 874 Oak Ridge Boulevard. This is probably going to be a little bit different than what you might be expecting. I'm going to start with the comparison. So it was compared to the Baptist Temple. Baptist Temple is similar in size, similar in property size, but it's not a compound. I don't believe there's any living quarters on it. There isn't the amount of residents there. And the community is welcome. I have been welcomed there. You can take a tour, you can have a visit. When we attended the meeting last week, we were told that we would not be welcome on the property. That's number one. They also compared to Medina. Medina's building is 11,000 square feet, way different. It's not even a tenth of the size of what this is. The traffic for Medina comes out directly onto Irving Park Road. It does not go through a community. I'm not going to talk about traffic. My next thing is that Castle Creek is on the south, and the proposed gas station or facility at some point will encourage children or bicyclists to come across, get an ice cream cone. We saw it in Hanover Park when the Shell was built on the opposite side of townhouses. Many people cross that street. It's very dangerous. I'm also concerned about the amount of square living space and what the occupancy for the amount of square living space for those 118 units will bring. And the proposal keeps talking about how few people come to the temple at any one time. Why would you need such a huge facility if there are so few people coming at any one time? So, back to my BAPS comparison. That land was purchased for BAPS in 1994 before the community. The community built around the BAPS. The BAPS didn't drop itself into the community. So the BAPS temple was built in 2004, and they were still building homes there. And again, they don't route through any of the communities. They route directly onto 59 or directly onto Army Trail Road. And then, in listening about the soccer dome, there was a concern brought up by one of the commissioners about the height of the dome being 70 feet. And nobody is questioning the height of this temple being about 150 feet to the top. We all know that when you're driving and you see an accident, you look. Many people look. That's a problem. I also think that will attract, it does for BAPS, attract people to look at the temple or look at what is there and trying to figure that out, especially people that are not familiar. And my last thing is, I think that property could probably generate some revenue for Elgin. And I think that would be a better use of the property. And then I'm concerned about who's paying for this. Who's paying for all this building? And what happens if that project can't be complete? And the reason I'm asking that is because when I left the meeting last Tuesday, I looked at the 15 property index numbers, and all of the real estate taxes had not been paid for the first quarter that was due in March. They have been late in 24, they were late in 25. So when you have such a small amount of property tax, you made a commitment to the community when you bought that property to pay those property taxes, just like every homeowner here. I find a bit of a problem with that because you didn't keep your commitment when you purchased that property. Thank you for listening. I am opposed to the project.
Thank you. Anyone else in line with mobility issues needs to get up here quicker? All right.
Hi, David Carver, C-A-R-V-E-R. The facility over in Bartlett, if you drive past it, it's impressive. It's gorgeous, actually. They have gardens. They let you walk around the gardens. They're very accommodating, and that area is beautiful. There's no doubt in my mind that the Hindu people are peaceful and wonderful people. This facility Doesn't look like that facility in Bartlett. There aren't any gardens. Doesn't look like it anyway. There's barely trees. And it's huge. It's so tall. It's so big. My dad had a problem. We grew up on a corner lot. He had an issue with people walking across the lawn. It was making like a little dead patch of grass all the way through the lawn. And he wanted to build a fence, and I told him, don't build a fence, Dad, just build a path. Let him walk through. It was kind of the most Hindu thing I'd ever said. But what I see here is walls getting put up, fences, trees getting torn down, and using every square foot that's available to build some commercial thing. It's not beautiful. I think they own the land. They can do what they want. I'd prefer if they built their temple a little smaller, use the space a little more wisely, and connected with nature the way we all should by leaving it alone. Build a smaller temple. Walk outside. Congregate outside. I guess that's all.
Thank you. Come on up, ma'am.
I'm Mary Beth Leidinger, Maribeth. The last name is Leidinger, and I live at 935 Oak Ridge Boulevard. So in 2004, in January, I put money down on my dream home. I live at the corner of Oak Ridge. Hillard is in the back and Galt is on my side. So when this is built, I'm going to have traffic on all three sides of me. 3 sides. I was the second person to buy into this subdivision. I have pictures before it was even built. It was flat land, right? This project is too big for our neighborhood. You hear that it's going to cause a lot of problems. I have friends that go to BAPS. They have to have buses that bring people to their temple for their high holy days, right? What is the plan here? Where is the overflow traffic going to go? On our streets? Where is it going to go? Nobody has answered that question. I also have concerns about the number of occupants per resident, because I know that as a culture, they live more in family groups, which is wonderful, but that means more people per housing unit. I hear a lot tonight about peace. They're a peaceful people. But what about the peace of the Oak Ridge residents and the Sherman Oaks residents? I don't want to see this be developed. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Mike Tripicchio, Tripicchio, live in Sherwood Oaks Subdivision. Just a couple of points that I'd like the commissioners to look at and maybe get clarified. I didn't understand it. The traffic commissioner or the traffic consultant stated that Hillard at Lake Street was going to get a median put in there by IDOT so that no vehicles going eastbound on Lake Street would be able to turn left. So the only way to turn left into this subdivision to get to the temple or to the residence is to go up to Lambert. Elgin does not have a fire station, to my knowledge, east of this property. Don't have a police station there. 30 years on the Des Plaines Fire Department driving a fire truck for a living. Trying to get into that subdivision or to that temple is going to be very difficult for the fire department or the police department if there was an emergency. If there's an accident, it's virtually impossible because you only have one way in there then. For the other vehicles to come from other communities to that direction is going to be difficult. God forbid in this day and age for the terrorist activities that could take place, again, to get in and out of that property or into that area is going to be extremely difficult. Mike brought it up about the life safety aspect. Please look at that a little more in depth about how the emergency services can get in and out of that facility, because it'll be very difficult. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Swanson, SWANSON, not hard. First of all, I apologize for my interruption earlier.
Apology accepted, sir. Appreciate you offering that.
I guess just a couple of quick points. This is the second time that this has come before you, I believe, and nothing really has changed since that time, 2 years ago, when they first brought this up.
I don't believe that's come in front of us, sir.
Okay. Number two, as other people have said, we're not talking about religion, we're talking about zoning and the use of the property and what's appropriate and not appropriate. It seems to me that, as someone else has said, you're being asked to basically throw out half of the code to allow this to be built, with all that long list of an exception on this, an exception on this, an exception on this. And what's the point of having a code if you throw it away, you know, or don't follow it? And I guess the last point was briefly mentioned. There is a consent decree on this property. And as a resident of Sherwood Oaks, I think you'll find, if you go back in history, that consent decree provided the leverage to Sherwood Oaks to dictate or suggest how big the buffer had to be on this Oak Ridge development, and the fact that there were single-family homes along the back edge that abutted Sherwood Oaks, and that the multifamily dwellings were to be the front, away from the Sherwood Oaks area. And I bet you it also included that easement that was mentioned along the western edge. And to me, that's the elephant in the room, because that consent decree is still there. And as a resident of Sherwood Oaks, I would pay to use it again to prevent this kind of use of this land. It was there since '66, and in 60 years of being zoned light industrial, nobody's ever bothered to look at it. Nobody's bought it. And the reason is what people have mentioned before. There's no access. You can't get in and out onto the street, onto Lake Street. And it's only going to get worse if they improve Lake Street, as they're talking about it, and making an overpass at Shales Parkway. So I'm against it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to, first, I'd like to apologize to the challenged with mobility. That was my mistake. My name is Eric Lussenop. I live at 393 Vincent Place. I'm from the west side. I'm going to direct this to the commission. I work commercial construction for 30 years. I've built projects like this before. This is density driven, and they're asking for a lot of variances in the code. And I'm concerned that if you give as many variances for something so dense driven, that is going to set precedent for other projects going forward. Not just this one, but other areas inside Elgin. One of the other things that concerns me is that the height of the building, okay? Everybody's talking about it's 125 feet with a 25-foot flagpole. I think that the renderings that they had up there, done by an artist, don't actually reflect the size of this building. To give an example, Elgin Tower, downtown Chicago, or downtown Elgin, is 186 feet. If you do it by the 125-foot comparison, that's 66% the height of that building, of Elgin Tower. If you add the flagpole to 150, it's almost, I got a number here. It's almost 80% the height of Elgin Tower. That's going to dramatically change the landscape of that neighborhood. I think that they have a good idea of what they want to do there. I just think that it's just too densely packed, especially with only one entrance in and out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey guys, I'm Amy Delattre, that's Delattre.
I'm kind of an anomaly here. I know everyone has talked about living in Elgin for a long time. I've been here 1 year, a new time home owner as of this year. Live at 963 Oak Ridge Boulevard. We back right up to the forest. And I will say forest because it is a thick tree line. It is so much bigger than has been described to you. Strongly urge you go and see it. It's really cool. Everyone that backs up to it, including myself, has a huge garden that allows endangered species of bees and bats and other things to come. A lot of them have certain things that allow the environment to kind of flourish a little bit more. Everything I thought has already been said other than that, but I felt like as a new time homeowner, I felt the need to put myself in front of you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Hemant Patel, Hemantpatel. Being engineer, I like to crunch numbers, but I heard a lot of concerns about traffic, and I really respect your concerns. It should be, but let us calm down and do a simple math. Simple math. As per traffic engineer's analysis, on the worst day, one day, Diwali, out of 365 days, only one day when the traffic will, the people will be 4,000 per day. 4,000 only on one day. The rest of the days are kind of a normal. So on that day, 4,000 people, and as she mentioned, per car, there will be 2 people. So we are talking about 2,000 cars, let's say in 10 hours. So it's 200 cars in 1 hour, which is 3 cars in a minute. So for one day, in 365 days, we are talking about 3 cars per minute. I don't know if it is really a concerning factor or not. I support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. You've already gotten your fair share, sir. So, because if we start with redirects, it opens everything up to the whole room going again. So, all right. I believe at this point in time, everyone's been. One more we have? No. Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate double checking, Commissioner Jones. All right. I believe everyone who's has had the opportunity to come on up. Is that correct? Anyone else raise your hand? All right. So we're going to close the public hearing portion of this petition then, and take another 3 or 4 minute break, and then come back for the petitioner team. I believe they have some questions that they can respond to.
They can stay.
your seats as quickly as you can. All right, if everybody can quiet down, we'd appreciate it. Thank you for that. All right, we've got a few questions that were asked. I believe staff was taking notes. I'm guessing the petitioner team was taking notes. Just a reminder to the team, although I'm sure they're trained professionals, that we're going to avoid adding any new testimony and only respond to the questions that are asked. Demir, do you want to go off your list, or should we go off their list? Okay.
As you work through yours, Counselor, we'll check off ours too, and we'll compare notes at the end.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I'm going to have Lynn Means address the traffic issues, and then Chuck Hanlon will address the land use issues. Obviously, traffic safety, one way in. Can the access out onto Route 20 handle it?
Thank you again. Lynn Means, MEANS. There was comments related to emergency access. There currently is a stub at Persimmon that is at the that was put in place for some point for this parcel to develop. That will be gated and will be used for emergency purposes only. And it will go both ways. So that way, in the existing conditions for the residential, if they needed to have emergency access in the event that they can't get through their property, they can come through this property as well. So it's a reciprocal emergency access point. There was a question regarding the distribution of traffic, just to provide additional clarification. During typical weekday, 364 days a year, traffic will be able to use the both Lake Street access points, the signal, as well as the right-in, right-out access. It is only during the one day, the holiday, which the exiting traffic will be routed to the right-out only. We did do analysis to make sure that traffic under those conditions would operate acceptably, and we've provided that analysis within our traffic impact study. The traffic counts were performed in March 2022, 2 years after the commencement of COVID. As part of our traffic study, we did include a detailed analysis which compared our traffic counts to pre-COVID IDOT traffic counts, which were performed in July of 2019, prior to COVID, and our traffic counts were higher, so we did not make any adjustments. Again, our traffic study was performed in accordance with industry standards. There was a question wanting to know what the impact of the gas station would be on existing traffic. Again, there was a traffic study performed separately for that gas station, separate petition done for that gas station, and we included that traffic specifically in our development and added our traffic on top of that. So our traffic adequately assessed that. Regarding the daily impact of this development, the Temple traffic, as we mentioned, we surveyed several similar developments, and on typical weekdays, 5 days a week, your typical morning is about 15 to 25 persons, obviously multiple people per car. Your evening worship, about 20 to 30 people per car. So considering if you compared this development, if it was all residential, your typical weekday, it would operate very similarly. So similar impacts. Sunday, as I mentioned, is the day where the Temple has a higher activity, but again, it's distributed across the time period, and it also is lower traffic volumes on Sunday. concerns regarding only having, one access. Again, there are the multiple two access onto Lake Street, which is under IDOT jurisdiction. Those access were designed to accommodate the multiple parcels. And this is also very similar to the multiple temples that we did study and evaluate. BAPS has only one. I know there was testimony they had multiple. They do have only one access on Illinois Route 59. Our Itasca facility is via Illinois Route 19, and the West Chicago facility has access only onto Joliet Street. Overflow traffic, we do have that traffic management plan in place, regular communication coordinator, safety trained professionals, which do manage these traffic at similar temple facilities. I don't know if I'm missing anything else.
There was a question about where were cars going to stack if they were eastbound on
Okay.
Route 20 and making various rights and.
Okay, sure. So if you're westbound on Lake Street, there are right turn lanes at both Lambert as well as Hillard. So they will get out of the mainline traffic on Route 20 and enter those access points. They both are free flow traffic. There will not be, they don't have to stop. And so based on our analysis as well, they won't be queuing, and the storage is not expected to exceed the available capacity. Emergency access, I know there was a question regarding traffic from the west. Just to re-clarify my statement regarding the improvement and the median at Hillard, it currently is restricted to right in, right out. This just is a safety benefit to provide that median, so that way anybody that was performing an illegal movement has an additional barrier to not do so. They're currently, regarding traffic using the subdivision streets, as mentioned, there are no outlet signs posted, and there is no, connectivity. And again, the one day where there is that higher amount of traffic, there will be personnel posted there to prohibit those types of movements from occurring.
That was all I had, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lynn. So next, Chuck Hanlon, our land planner, will respond to the general question of is this too dense? Why so many, quote, variances? And essentially how this project may make sense in terms of a transitional use.
In 1 second, Mr. Hanlon, Mr. Milat and we can hear your sidebars. The mics are pretty sensitive, so yes. Mr. Hanlon, please go ahead.
Yeah, just to reiterate, probably some of the presentation I made previously. Again, on the land use transition, we believe compared to industrial, that this community facility and residential land use designed as a unit, as we've talked about, makes a much better transition to the existing residential that's there now from a land use perspective. In terms of trees, there are 392 new trees being planted. That does also include replacement trees between the townhomes, behind the new townhomes compared to the existing townhomes that are in that location as well. So in summary, we just want to reinforce the land use issues. We believe this is a positive. Regarding the variations, it's proposed, as you know, as a plan unit development. The plan development process allows for a very specific site plan to be created. You do need to compare some of those differences dimensionally, is often the case, sometimes in area or density, to a similar zoning category. But in the case of a plan development, the positive, it creates a very specific plan that can't be varied. It's really a kind of a customized zoning for the property. So what has been delivered, what is shown, really can't in a sense vary again from what we are proposing. So we feel from that perspective, while there seems to be a long list of departures, that on the opposite side of the spectrum, it's creating a very detailed plan that is the plan that has to be executed per the essence of what a plan development is all about.
I'd like to ask our engineer, Bill Zalewski, to come up and address, please, stormwater concerns about snow runoff, stormwater runoff, et cetera.
Elgin has a very strict ordinance regarding stormwater management. Snow is handled just like rain. We have a collection system, a detention facility located at the north end of the development. The water will go in there. There was concern about salt. The salt settles out in these detention basins. It's planted with native materials, which is good at breaking it down even further, so that the water that leaves the site is, same as any other detention pond, relatively clean. There was also a comment regarding endangered species. There's the IDNR, which we have to apply for. We have to get permits. There has to be studies that approve what we're going to do with this development, and if there's anything that they find, that we have to adhere to whatever rules there are regarding endangered species, if there are any that exist.
Question for the court reporter. Did you get that gentleman's name and spelling?
Bill Zalewski, Z as in zebra, A-L-E-W-S-K-I.
Thank you, sir. I believe it was the first time we heard from you. I just want to make sure we had that documented. Thank you.
There was a question more than anything about taxes. The strictly temple portion of this project will be.
Mr. Bezos, again, I'm sorry, maybe somebody else can point, but we got to have you at the mic so people can hear.
So the temple portion of the project, which is the temple building and probably south, will be no doubt tax exempt, but the condominiums and the townhouses will all be taxable. I really, are there any other things you want us to address?
Thank you for asking, Counselor. The one question that I heard someone from the audience address, but maybe you can as the petitioner, was the Hindu New Year a multi-day event or a single-day event?
So, and I heard one of our people speak to it. While in India, I guess it's a 5-day celebration. In America, it is 1 day celebrated. So that's this heavy load day is one day. Is that it?
That was all the questions that I had recorded as it went through the.
Thank you. I
did have one other one.
Okay.
Was the ownership of the townhomes and condos? Who are people who can make that purchase? Is it a limited or is it open?
It is absolutely open. Absolutely open. You could buy one. I could buy one. Somebody who's Hindu can buy one. Anybody can buy one. There's going to be no discrimination. It's likely that there will be a lot of Hindu people that want to live near their temple. That's why Chuck Hanlon has said more than a couple times, even though we call this mixed use, as a practical matter, as a religious evaluation, this is really a package. And while you or I could live there and it wouldn't be a problem, we expect most of the occupants will be affiliated with the temple. I guess if I can just sum, it's just like 2 seconds. I think you've heard, first you have a staff report with your staff who are professionals in and of themselves, did that amazing report and found that this project complied in every respect, including traffic. You heard our experts, Lynn Means, a traffic engineer, Chuck Hanlon, a land use planner, Bill Zalewski, an engineer. This has met every single criterion. And while we understand, and we've heard over and over, traffic concerns, we understand why there are concerns. But you've heard professional testimony that on close analysis, the system will be able to handle this. So we certainly hope that you'll recommend approval to the City Council this evening, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Back to staff. Any final comments you'd like to tender? If not, I'm hearing silence. I'm not sure if that's organization or
There were a couple other questions. There was some question about the light at the temple. So the applicant has submitted a photometric study, so any outdoor lighting on the property will comply with the city's standard outdoor lighting requirements and restrictions. There was a question about the trees at the northeast corner of the property up against the single-family homes. Those are currently shown as to be removed, but that's one of the conditions in the packet, that they will have to modify that tree removal plan to save as many of those trees as possible at the northeast corner, so that will be east of the proposed outdoor playground. I believe that's probably all that was unanswered that I had a list on. Yeah. I don't think we have anything else to add. I think our evaluation stays as is. Staff believes that standards are satisfied, subject to conditions, and therefore staff recommends approval.
Thank you. With that, I wanted to acknowledge during the testimony, staff did send a verbiage over for condition 26 that we can enter or share. I guess I'll just read it very quickly. No special events shall be scheduled at the temple, including at the community center and at the recreation center on Sundays and on Hindu New Year Day. I think this is a part that was added during the same time when religious ceremonies are scheduled. That was just informational. So,
just to clarify, Chairman, I see some. So the during this initial presentation, the applicant indicated that they concur with all staff's recommended conditions in the packet, except for this one condition, condition 26, that suggested that they cannot schedule any events on any Sunday, and they objected to that because they apparently the services start in the afternoon, and they do have some events that they typically schedule on Sundays. And the intent of that condition is to prevent scheduling of private or special events at the same time as religious services are held. So as long as those services are not held at the same time, we have no objection to that modification to that condition.
thank you for clarifying it. That was, at this point, yesterday, we talked about that. All right, so with that point of information brought up, the chair will entertain a motion for these two petitions, which is 14-24 and 15-24.
I'm going to try to make my thoughts. I mean, I can't even talk. It's 12:00. I've been up this late in a long time. So I agree that the idea meets the use, and believe generally that the kind of issue lies within the courts and the consent decree. But while I feel like the idea meets the use, the magnitude is concerning to me, and I would support a scaled down version. But I don't feel it meets the comprehensive plan standard in respecting the scale, intensity, and character. So I move to deny the petitions.
Is there a second?
I second.
Any discussion, starting on my left?
Yeah, I think my reasons also include not agreeing with the setbacks. I think they're too minimal. And I do fully respect staff as well as the professionals who brought this up, but I've been in the community several times as well, and that traffic report doesn't seem very accurate to me.
Commissioner Jones?
I support the project. I support the submission.
Commissioner Valdez, if you want to discuss anything, you may.
No.
Commissioner Wildermuth, I know you made the motion. You did speak your mind at the start. Did you have any additional discussion?
No. Other than, I support the concept, the idea, it's just a little too large scale for me and how it meets the comprehensive plan standard.
Okay, since we have a motion to deny, I want to remind those of you on the commission that a vote yes would be yes to deny, and a vote no would be the double negative. So, does everyone understand that? Yes? Okay. All right, staff, please call the roll.
Again, motion to deny. Commissioner Wildermuth,
Yes.
Commissioner Abu Ali,
Yes.
Commissioner Jones,
No.
Commissioner Valdez,
Yes.
and Chairman Cox.
Yes, and since I did not say it before, I agree. It's the not aligning with the comprehensive plan and the 19 departures.
So the motion to deny is approved, and so the project will move on to City Council with a negative recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Okay, thank you. All right, we can give everyone a moment if you want to leave, or we've got a couple more items. You can sit with us if you'd like.
Thank you all for coming out and supporting your community. This was great.
But again, we got to get our meeting back underway. All right, I think we've reached a level of din that we can continue and abide by. All right, other business is the next item on the agenda. Those of you on the commission, now is your opportunity if we have business of the commission to discuss. No one? No, Commissioner Jones. I was teasing her, yes.
Yeah, I just want to say two things. Last meeting, I was talking about how I like to go follow up. I caught a brief article in the Herald about the Lodge, which was a performing arts theater in the old Elks building. Some friends and I had the pleasure of attending that opening night. It was lovely from start to finish. They've done a beautiful job so far. I can't wait to see the rest, and I hope everybody's kind of watching, because it was a fabulous theater space. And the other thing I wanted to ask staff about, there was a little bit of a kerfuffle at a last council meeting where some planning and zoning conversation was had about a project on Chicago Street. Now, because that went to the council first, we will never have to hear about that, correct? That would be because we've heard the council's opinions on the whole project, and
So
how would that work?
So if there was to be an action taken, it would have to be a formal application that went through the process that everybody else goes through. Staff reviews it, prepares a recommendation for you, you review it, you make a recommendation that goes on to city council. For all intent and purposes, because the commentary was offered that was, I would be very surprised if a formal application ever materialized.
Okay, so there is no formal application?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Correct. And I would.
I guess we just
and I-
would
and I-
cross that bridge when we get there.
Correct.
Because personally, I would feel very uncomfortable having that come before the planning and zoning at that point.
And I think you heard several city council members express that same sentiment, that it appears to be a little cart before the horse.
Okay, thank you for that information, I
You're
appreciate it.
Anyone else? Seeing vehement head shakes, no. Public comment, believe it or not, we have someone in the audience.
I know all the sounds staff must.
Besides staff, yes, all right. No public comment being desired. Summary pending, I can't even say it. Demir, you're up.
I'll keep it brief. There isn't really much to update on. The city council did approve the cannabis dispensary 205 South Randall, the last meeting, as well as the tattoo parlor in Tyler Creek Plaza. We've got several new applications that received the new trucking facility that's on Mason Road. There's also a proposal for a food truck park downtown on a sort of a vacant parking lot. That aside from that, that's probably about it, unless there's any questions.
Any questions? Commissioner Jones, I'm not surprised. I mean, with all respect, truly.
And I emailed a question about the food truck too, because that one's gonna be a little unusual, so maybe we could talk about that off.
Be happy to.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions?
No. None from me anyway. I know
None.
everybody else is waiting.
All right. Is there a motion to adjourn? And a
I move
second?
to adjourn.
I second it.
Staff, please call the roll.
Okay, Commissioner Abwali.
Yes.
Commissioner Valdez.
Yes.
Commissioner Jones.
Yes.
Commissioner Wildermuth.
Yes.
And Chairman Cox.
Yes.
The
Thank-
motion is approved. We're adjourned.
Thank you to each of you
Thank you, all of
for
you.
doing
Thank you
this.
so much.
Good morning to all.